I am so glad to have you all here today. I cannot stress to you how excited we are to be presenting UFly to you all today. We are it's fabulous, and we hope that our hope is that we would actually that all districts in our region will pick up UFly and take it on for really all the primary, and then offer interventions too, and then for all the special ed, RTI, K2, regular ed, all of it. But before I get on my soapbox of how awesome UFly is, let me introduce myself for some of you guys that may not know who I am. My name is Chastity Craft, and I am a literacy consultant here at KVEC. I've been here about 5 years. And before that, I was a classroom teacher. I taught special ed for 20 years in the classroom. And then just so happened it all ended up being literacy the whole time. So I guess I was destined to love reading. I am also excited to have two guest presenters with me today. We had a unique opportunity back in the spring, I think it was May, for the UFly training. So the three of us were trained by the people that the University of Florida people, and we were able to go and get trained by them, and so that we can bring this valuable information to you guys. And I feel like it's a unique opportunity because you're going to hear perspectives from 3 different levels, so you get kind of the whole outlook of point of views. We have Miss Emily Wharf. She is a general education teacher from Martha Jane Potter in Letcher County. She is just she's fabulous. I've been in her building, I've been in her classroom, and we've been working through this. She's great. Also have Mr. Hack Hudson. He is from Breathitt County. He's taught for years. He was a district level curriculum coordinator in Breathitt County, and he actually just recently took a state literacy coaching position for KDE. So all 3 of us are literacy rich and are all excited about this. So we'll go through the day and just hope you guys enjoy it. And I guess we'll go ahead and get started because we a lot of information today. We want to give time for you guys to practice and go through and have full understanding to be able to take this tomorrow or whenever you get back in your classrooms and run off with it. I put this slide in here as a reminder for myself to remind you guys that we do have guided notes. Also, everybody should have one of these at their table. You will be able to take these with you when you leave today. If you don't care, please use the top one and go ahead and sign in this morning. And then we have a resource folder there that you guys will have access to. The other one is the QR code that takes you to our Google site, and it has all kinds of asynchronous training modules and information that you guys anything that you would need, that we have that. And then the last one would be the feedback at the end of the day, if you don't care, just to do that for us, because and be honest, if there's something that you don't like, please tell us, because your feedback helps us make our trainings better for other people. Okay, so that's that. You have two parts of guided notes, I guess. This first one right here will help you take notes as you want as we go through the first part. And then once we get into the lesson, going through the lesson and the steps, you will have this one. And it's broken down and you can take notes on that. So those are the notes for you. This one right here is this is from UFly. It's kind of filled out. It's just a little guidance for you, a cheat sheet if you will, when you're going through your lessons. So that's just something there for you to have. Okay. This is our agenda for today. We're going to be talking about the importance of the letter sounds and articulation, and then essential background knowledge for UFly. So I think when you have a program, or really with anything when you're teaching and doing, it's better to understand the why behind it and the how, because you, just like kids, if you tell them you want to, we're going to learn this today, we're going to do this today, well, why does that matter? How's that going to help me? So we want to give you some background about that, about why and the how. And then we're going to talk about some phonemic awareness overview, because this is a phonics-based program, but if you, as you guys already know, the phonemic awareness piece is critical to the phonics, and you will have students that may not be ready for just the phonics piece, and you're going to have to support that with the phonemic awareness. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to do lunch 11:30-ish, whenever it gets here. But they usually try to come between 11:20, 11:45. And then after lunch, we'll get into actually implementing the lessons. So that's kind of the outlook of our day. Okay, so we're going to start with the importance of letter sounds. We're going to play a video, and just pay attention to how she pronounces the letter sounds, and well, she goes through all 44 phonemes, because we have 26 letters, 44 phonemes. So she goes through all of those, and just notice how she pronounces them. And I know some of you are familiar faces, so we've talked about our dialect and our accent. And I mean, we're proud of it. It's awesome. But when you're teaching reading, it's very, very, very important that you do those letter sounds correctly, because it really affects the reading for the kids. So, and then of course you have to portray that to your kids too, because I've heard kids say that when you're trying to teach them the letter sound, and it's like, oh, that's not how I talk, and you're trying to make me talk proper, and so you got to kind of relay that information to them as well sometimes. So, okay, without further ado, we're going to go ahead and play this, the sounds. It's about 5 minutes, and we've had some sound, so I might blast you out. It might be too low, so we'll adjust it here and see how we go.
Hi, I'm Yvette, a facilitator at the Rollins Center for Language and Literacy. You probably already know the English language has very distinct sounds, or phonemes, that we combine in different ways to make words. In this video, we are going to demonstrate how to pronounce each of the individual phonemes. Often, we accidentally add an extra or schwa sound to the end of consonants. If students hear this and imitate it, it may then be reflected in later reading and writing tasks. To prevent this, it is important to produce only the phoneme itself, without any additional sounds. An example of this is the sound p. Sometimes when teachers are trying to emphasize or isolate a phoneme, they say p. Instead, focus on producing just the phoneme itself. We'll start with the consonant phonemes. You'll see the associated letter or letter combination, also known as a grapheme, on the screen as I say the sound. Ready? Here we go. B as in banana. D as in dinosaur. As in fish. G as in guitar. H as in hand. J as in jelly. K as in car. U as in leaf. M as in Monday. N as in nail. N as in the end of the word sing. P as in pumpkin. As in rain. S as in sun. J as in the middle of treasure. T as in turtle. V as in volcano. W as in watch. Y as in yo-yo. Z as in zip. Some graphemes, such as Q and X, are composed of two phonemes. For example, Q makes the sound, and X makes the sound. The next phonemes are considered to be digraphs, where two letters make one sound. Ch as in child. Sh as in shoes. As in the middle of mother. As in third. Make sure students hear you pronounce phonemes correctly. You're modeling the language that they need to independently decode and write words. Just like the consonants, the English language has a wide variety of vowel phonemes with their own distinct sounds. I'll model each sound, and the grapheme will be shown on the screen below. A as in the first sound in apple. E as in the first sound in elephant. I as in the first sound in igloo. A as in the first sound in octopus. As in the first sound in umbrella. A as in the middle sound in rain. As in the final sound in saw. E as in the final sound in tree. I as in the middle sound in light. O as in the middle sound in boat. U as in the first sound in uniform. Oo as in the middle sound in mood. As in the middle sound in book. Ow as in the final sound in cow. Oi as in the final sound in boy. There are also R-controlled vowels, such as R, as in the final sound in car. As in the middle sounds in heard, bird, and surf. Air, as in the final sound in chair. Ear, as in the final sound in spear. Or, as in the middle sound in fork. Sometimes, when a vowel sound is located in the unstressed syllable of a word, it becomes a schwa. An example of this is the that you hear as in the first sound of the word again. Make sure that your students hear you model the correct consonant and vowel phonemes. This will help them produce the correct sounds themselves, and in turn, guide them as they learn to read and write.
Okay. Can you? I don't hear my. Can you all hear me on the? Is this one good? Okay. Any surprises on those letter sounds that you just think of those to yourself. You don't have to share out loud unless you just want to. But the first time that I was going through these, I was surprised at some of these too. And the funny thing is you don't even hear yourself saying them incorrectly sometimes. It's the other day we were doing the Summer Institute and we were talking about the first. We were doing an activity and I was like, okay, what's the first sound that you hear in? I don't remember what the word was, but and we were just going through they were saying the sound. Teachers, I had some teachers in here and they were saying the sound. They were putting the at the end of it, just so it was, and they were going like tuh, and I was like, what was the sound again? Tuh. I was like, well, no, what was the sound again? And then finally, after I kept saying, then they realized they were saying. So if it's not something that you are used to, you have to really listen to it. So that's kind of, we wanted to kind of bring your attention to it and hear that so that you can and work on it, because it's a process, because it's not sometimes not normally how we speak. Okay, so this right here is and the correlation between articulation and phonemic awareness. So this chart is in your book. I think it's on page like 352. It shows what kind of sound it is, the sound types, which we're going to talk about in just a second. It has description of how to place your mouth, and then then you have a sound wall chart that you put up on your wall. A different way of thinking too is we've had word walls. For those of us that have taught for a while, we may have had some word walls, and you can still do that with maybe some your heart words that Emily's going to get into later. But when you're talking about, it's more important to let them focus on the sound wall, because if the kids know the sound and they can decode, they don't need a word wall. They can figure it out. So that's what you want them to do. If a word can be decodable, you don't necessarily need the word wall for it. So, and it goes and it shows you the position of the mouth, and and what that looks like. And then on page 13 in your manual is a written description of the mouth placement. It'll describe, like the tongue is behind the teeth and so on and so forth. So that will give you, how to position your mouth. This is also important too, because you will have some kids at the beginning that can't hear the differences in the sounds, because you're going to have some that like the f and the v. The only difference is voiced and unvoiced. And when you have some kids just beginning, they're not going to be able to hear those subtle differences. So you can use the description of the mouth placement, or using your voice or not, to help them at least feel the difference in the sounds, and then later that would lead to them being able to hear it and distinguish between the two sounds. And this is an example of what that would look like in your classroom, and it would be ones as you would put it up as you introduce it in your lesson. So it would be building throughout the year. And we were talking as we were working on this, and I don't know about you guys, but when we went through, no teacher ever talked to me about fricatives and affricatives and glides and liquids. And, that's all it was just all foreign. But if you're teaching the kids straight out right about it now, and what that does is it helps with, it goes back to that mouth movement, and it'll help them understand the different letters, which also leads to the spelling. It will help with spelling, because we all know the spelling is atrocious. Even kids that are straight A students and they can't spell worth a lick. So I feel like, if they can get back to this, it'll help with the spelling as well. So making students aware of how the sounds are produced, it helps with the phonemic awareness, and then it also supports their decoding and encoding. Those are two words that you're going to hear us talk a lot about today, because decoding and encoding are two critical components of learning literacy, to read and write. Decoding, we'll get into that a little bit later. Decoding is reading. Encoding is writing. That's the direct correlation for that. So you want to, when you're doing a sound, you want to talk about the positions of the lips and the tongue, the mouth movements, and the voiced and the unvoiced.
Okay, and I'm just going to slide back. Okay, so we're going to talk now about some different sound types that the kids need to understand when they are learning these different sounds. The first one we're going to look at on this side is continuous sounds. So these are sounds that don't have an abrupt stop. They can be drug out pretty much as long as you wanted them to be. They are considered stretchable sounds. And when you teach these different sound types, all the ones that we're going to talk about, there are hand motions that go along with them. And it's important for the kids to see that because it helps them understand how to produce these sounds. The stretchable ones, I'm putting this down somewhere. They start like you're stretching slime. Grab it, stretch it, to show them that those sounds can be elongated and that they can be elongated with no distortion. It doesn't change the sound. Like if you look at your vowel sound like a long A, I can drag out long A, no matter how long I keep saying it, it is the same sound. There's no distortion. The continuous sounds, they are the easiest sounds for kids to blend, and those are the ones that we use first. On the other hand, though, we have stop sounds, and stop sounds are your quick sounds. You cannot drag them out. They cannot be elongated without distorting it and changing the sound. Voice stop sounds are impossible to produce in isolation, and these are your main ones that you want to avoid adding your or your schwa sound on the end. So kind of like we talked about in that video, like you don't want to say cut. You can't drag out cut. You chop it. So I use the chop motion because a lot of kids, even if we teach them the right way, starting in preschool, kindergarten, when their parents sing the alphabet with them at home, you know what they're teaching them. So he says cut, he says duh. So I use the chop to cut it off. That way they know. Voice occurs when the vocal cords or your vocal cords vibrate. So one thing when people come out of their phonics, it is untelling what they think. Because my kids, a lot of times I sit like this, wash my mouth, or we're grabbing our throats. Feel your vocal cords or don't feel your vocal cords depending on the sound. The vibration makes your sound louder, and it does contribute to your sound distortion, especially in your stopped consonant sounds. So,
So I'm going to just real quickly go through the voiced and the unvoiced. Anybody do letters this year? So this may be like a little bit of a review. If you've not done letters, though, this may be completely new because we were talking earlier, I taught primary for like 12 years. Never knew this, but taught phonics. So how well did that go over with the kids? But voiced and unvoiced, and this occurs when there's like the vibration of the vocal cords. You can actually feel it. One of the hand signals for that is you actually feel for your throat, and you can feel that vibration. The vibration makes the sound more audible, and the vibration also contributes to sound distortion. I think that was covered on the other slide, even though that might not have been those two bullet points. But and then unvoiced, the unvoiced sounds are produced without that vocal fold of vibration. The air just moves right past, and the vocal cords. One of the best examples I can think of for this is go ahead and feel your vocal cords and make the S sound, the S. Do we feel a vibration? Now do the Z. Z. We definitely feel that. And then think about this in terms of what your kids read sometimes. Because we know if you say the word as, as, it's just a S. But if you do is, you have is, and you get that Z sound. So it's really important that they realize and understand, sometimes the S has this, Z, this voiced Z sound. And I think now it's over to Miss Chastity.
Okay, and these are the ones that we've probably never heard of. So we're going to talk about the nasals first. There's 3 sounds that have the nasal, and those are the ones that when you produce the sound, the air comes through your nose. And it's interesting because I never, I didn't feel it that way. So everybody go, Okay, so now hold your nose and try to say it. Ain't that crazy? Yeah, okay, and then that one on the end is the ng sound, like and sing and hung. So, yeah, if you hold your nose, you cannot say those 3 sounds. Let's do that again because that's fun. So, let's do the Okay, so now hold your nose and try to say it. Ain't that crazy? Yeah. And then our next ones are the fricatives. They're friction sounds, and all of those are, if you notice, they're like voiced and unvoiced, the f and the v, and so on and so forth. So it's a friction of, because your mouth is making a constricted airway, and then you're forcing the air through a small opening. So like go ahead, like make your mouth and make the so you're forming your mouth tight, and then you're blowing air. So that it's an audible friction. So that air's coming through and pushing through a small opening that's creating that sound. It's called audible friction, and that's why it's called fricative. And that's the same as the v, and then so every one of those, you're forming your mouth to make tight. And then so let's try. Let's do sh. So everybody do sh. So pay attention. Just feel your mouth, how your tongue is. Sh, your lips are drawn, sh, and you're pushing that air through to make that sound. You have 2 that they're called affricates, and those are a combination of the fricative and the stop sound. Because if you notice, the fricatives, they're all continuous, every one of those. But these are not continuous, so they had to have their own category. It's a combination of the 2. So with this one, and what that is it has the stop and the continuous. So at the beginning, when you go, if you think about it, you're getting the air, it stops it, and then you push it out. Okay? So you still have that constriction of airflow, but instead of letting it just come all the way out like you do in it's just coming on out. But when you say it stops first and then you blow it out. So that's the difference. And the same thing with j. Okay, so let's try that one. Do the CH sound and just pay attention and notice how the air comes up and stops, and then you force it out. Okay, ready? Okay, do you feel that? Okay, pretty cool. The glides and the liquids, they're similar. Your glides are they both kind of go with the other letter sound. So like both of these go together and they influence the sounds of the other letters. And so because they kind of bleed into the other. So it's not a real distinctive sound, and their sounds change based on the sounds that's around them. So they don't have their one sound that's consistent. So those are liquid. And then like the liquids, it's kind of like the sound is like literally floating in your mouth because it's just kind of gliding through. And the glides are always followed by a vowel, and like I said, and then they influence the letter sounds, other letter sounds, and then other sounds also influence their letter sounds. And then that's also on page 352. I think there's some stuff. I think that goes back to that chart again, the reference for you on that. Have an activity. Okay, you should have a sheet of paper that looks like this. So I want you, we're just a couple minutes, we'll set a timer and go through each letter of the alphabet, and you're going to categorize them into 4 categories. You're going to put it up here. If it's voiced and continuous, is going to go at the top. right here. If it is unvoiced and continuous, you're going to put it here. If it is a stop sound and voiced, it's going to go here. And if it is an unvoiced stop, it's going to go here. And I want to point out we have easiest and hardest and harder. And like Emily had mentioned earlier, these sounds over here are the easiest to blend. So those easy and hard is making a reference on how easy they are to blend, not pronounce. Okay, so I'm going to set a timer and do this individually. Like, I know you're tempted to discuss at your table, but just kind of do this independently and just see if you can categorize your letters. We okay? Okay, so let's go ahead and see how you did. Okay, so first, all of your vowels are voiced and continuous. So let's think about it. Let's go. I mean, we're not going to go through, produce each one, but so when sounds are continuous, you can say them as long as you have air. So like, I could do that forever. And when your voice vibrates, same thing. So all of your vowels are continuous. And I'm sorry.
Well,
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and then these sets of letters are all, you got O, and all of those are your continuous. And then you have, the line through the TH is the TH sound. And the zh, which you all may not have done those. I didn't really specify the zh sound. And then the the okay. And then your stops, voiced. And then I think it's really interesting because I never really thought about it, but with talking about as long as you have air with continuous, like I goes on forever, but then when you do b, it just stops. B, d. You can't continue that sound out. So those are voiced and stop. And then the ng sound. Then we have our unvoiced of F and S, or I should say F and S instead of letters. And there's those digraphs that are unvoiced. And then and these are your stop and your unvoiced. Now, if you notice, we have two letters that are not on here, and that's Q and X. We don't have them anywhere on the chart. And I told them, that's probably the ones that you guys are getting hung up on. And I forgot about CH. They actually fall outside of the chart. They don't go anywhere because these two letters are categorized as diphones. Diphones. Now we know with our morphology, we know what di means two and phone means sound. So we have a Q is the sound is two sounds. It's two letters to make one letter, two sounds. Woo! And the same thing with X. So the X you have K, S, the K and the S put together. So it's those two sounds. X. So that's why they fall out of the chart. And that's how they're categorized like that. So, did you have any surprises? Cool. Yes, cool. Not qua. Cool. Not qua, because Q you put the U, but that's another sound. It always follows a U, but U doesn't help determine the sound of Q. Cool. KW. KW. Cool. Cool. That video Our guided notes, there's a digital copy in the participant folder, and I linked that video in it, so you can go back and listen to those sounds if you need to. So those are the easiest, and these are the hard and the hardest to blends. All right. Oh, hey guys, I forgot. I always forget this at the beginning, just the housekeeping. I don't do a break or whatever, so just if you need to use the restroom or whatever you need to do, just go ahead and do it and come back, okay? Oh, yes. Yeah, right, because that's the on the end of it. So so cut that off, and it's not it's like yellow, because yellow. That we talked about that, and because that is the H with the asterisk beside of it. Yeah, it changes. It have a tendency to change just based on the position of where it's at. Kim had a good question over here that we forgot to address. On our chart, we had the H with an asterisk beside of it, and the reason is that is a sound that changes based on the letters that surrounds it. So that's why it had that little asterisk beside of it. Those are some good questions. Any more questions? Okay.
Those are good questions. We had those discussions at the table too, and I think sometimes W and Y were some of the ones we were really looking at. But if you look at it in comparison to a B and a D and a T, those have a very clear, definite stop. That they're produced by building up that pressure in the back of the mouth and then just a sudden burst of release. Whereas it's not really true with a W. It's a little bit of a slow pressure. It can be held much longer. It doesn't have to have that really clear, abrupt stop. Whenever we were putting this together, I was like, oh, let me do this part, because this is, I'm a research junkie and I love this kind of like sciencey thing. But if you look in your manual, that you start with an introduction, and then by page 6 you get to this. It's essential background knowledge. Now again, letters will really give you a lot of this information, but if you've not had letters, this is a great place to gain some knowledge, and it would be really good for you to read through this and get an idea of, how was UFly designed? Why is it important to teach our kids? This essential knowledge section covers why teachers need to teach foundational reading skills. What is the content of foundational reading skills, and what are the key features of effective instruction, and how we should teach foundational reading skills. So that starts on page 6. And there's several pages of that in your manual, but it's not the bulk of the manual, but it's a pretty important part. And then we thought, well, what are some key parts of that? So we wanted to bring up, I went the wrong direction, the National Reading Panel Report. We know that in the 1990s, the late 90s, that Congress formed this National Reading Panel, and they were really tasked with trying to find out what is required for good reading instruction, what are the essential components for good reading instruction. So they published their report in 2000. It was the largest reading research study ever. It's a meta-analysis, and those are considered high-quality evidence if you have a meta-analysis. This group had just these are little notes I pointed in there because I thought, I'm going to say it even if it's not in the manual. But they did not at that time have a lot of research around computers and software programs. I know now we use that quite a bit and we rely on it. That wasn't really included in this National Reading Panel report because they were kind of rare at that moment. And they did not study this relationship between reading and writing, or they didn't exactly link them together, because they acknowledge that they are reciprocal and that they are tied and linked to each other. So some things that we do know from this reading report that may not be explicitly written is reading and writing are definitely related and they link to each other, but the computer software, we didn't really get out of that. But they identified in the National Reading Panel report those 5 components of reading. And before we show them, just for fun, see if you can jot them down. See if you can jot those 5 components down in 1 minute. The 5 components of reading that came from the National Reading Panel. Sometimes they're referred to as pillars, the 5 pillars of reading. They're those 5 areas that are necessary for quality reading instruction. Who wants to like jump out and say, I got them all, I know these by heart? Everybody feel like they've got them now? No volunteers? All right, so here we go. Now, sometimes you see these in pillars, and they're very separated, but we really liked this graphic where you have them all in a circle where they're joined together and they're surrounded by the comprehension. We know from the National Reading Panel report that phonemic awareness and phonics must be present in reading instruction for kids to be able to have good, strong vocabulary and fluency. And all of those things are needed for children to comprehend. And so those 5 components are phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary, fluency, comprehension. Cool. And this is in the essential background knowledge part. If you all have had letters, we'll bring that up again. You know, like I won't drive that home all day. If you've had letters, you've probably seen this before. This is the simple view of reading. It's from Gallen-Tumner from 1986, so it's been around a long time. It was around before the National Reading Panel report. It has been proven many times over. So we have every reason to believe that this is true, but this is a very, very basic way of presenting what it takes to read, right? You need your word recognition. That's your little green box over here. This includes things like the word pronunciation, the letter recognition, those grapheme phoneme correspondences, the connection of phonemes to letters. You multiply that by your language comprehension. Do you know what the word means? Do you have background knowledge for the word? Your listening comprehension, and that will equal your reading comprehension, right? Do you understand what you read? Does anybody know, just in a general rule, like what does this need to come out to be before we can say that we understand what we've read? If you multiply what times what, you need to get. Like if you knew half of the words on the page and could sound them out, 0.5, and you knew what those half meant, would you be able to understand what you read? No. You would need this to come out to be 0.9, or about 90%. You would have to know 90% of not just the words on the page, but also the meaning in order to have some kind of comprehension. You all probably know that because if you used to do F&P, right, you were always looking for at least a 90%. Yeah. This is what this same simple view looks like in UFly. So the one previously that's in letters. In UFly, they just use a little different lexicon here. They use D for decoding, same kind of idea, right? And they multiply that by their linguistic comprehension, same idea. Do they know what the word means? And then you equal your reading comprehension. So it'll be same idea from letters. In UFly, they just use a little different terminology. Oh, go ahead.
We were talking a second ago, she had mentioned that, like, because letters, you know, well, a lot of us are familiar with letters, that letters is the Y, and then this will be the how. So kind of helps you with the, can you go back to that last slide, please? I'm sorry. Thank you.
When you first asked that, I thought, I don't know. 'Cause yeah.
And one thing to me that that really resonated with me, that I was like, oh my goodness. So, like I said, I was a special ed teacher, and we always made reading goals, or, well, mine was reading goals, but we felt like if our kids made 80% accuracy, that was our goal for, and we did an activity with, if we had reading with 80% accuracy, and I mean, my heart sank because I was like, I still didn't get the comprehension of the text. There were still some of those key words I still didn't know what I was reading. And so I was like, oh my goodness. So just that 10% from the 80 to the 90 that you mentioned made such a big difference. I mean, I just never, it was just crazy.
And I know just looking at like benchmarks for certain screeners, if you're looking at using Acadians or, used to be Dibbles, in the beginning of first grade, they're looking for an accuracy rate in the 70s. By the end of first grade, it needs to be above 90. So there's a lot of gains to be made just from beginning of first to the end of first. By second grade, that 90% is it's required for them to really understand. All right. Went the wrong way. All right. How many people have seen this before? Scarborough's reading rope? Yes. I love it because, well, it's all those little parts of me that go, yes, complicate it for me, please. But down at the bottom of the reading rope, those are these word recognition parts. If you're thinking about that simple view, this is that decoding section. And they have really specified skills in here: phonological awareness, decoding, sight recognition, right? And we see those things weaving together. The more that you become fluent, those things weave together. But we can't ignore that language comprehension, right? Most of you all will have UFly to work only here, right? That's all it's intended to do, is work on decoding and word recognition. But you're probably going to need some kind of knowledge building program or some other program that's going to work on the language comprehension. That's where you get background knowledge, you build vocabulary, language structures, verbal reasoning, and literacy. All of these things are happening at the same time. They're weaving together at the same time as kids read, which is pretty complex, right? The more they practice, the more they do, the fluency increases, their strategies increase, they become more automatic, and finally they get too skilled in fluent reading. But it's a lot to do at one time, and think about that for 5 and 6 year olds. It's very complex. Once you learn it, though, you can't not do it. Like if you see a sign on that says stop, you can't not read it. Have you ever tried to not read something? It's impossible.
Well, that's why you have such a lot of minutes for a reading block.
Yes.
Is because it is so complex and you have to hit all of these different areas. The reading block is not just to do phonics the entire time, or just do read aloud, or just do comprehend. It's so it gives you time to hit all 5 of these areas.
And UFI very specifically says we only teach this, but 80% of the time, if there's a lack of fluent comprehension, it's because of this. When you're in those early primary grades, it's because of a decoding. Now, we know, though, we have to have that. Otherwise, if you brought it in French, well, I might could read it, but I don't know what any of it is, right? I would still, if I went back to that simple view, well, I could decode it all, but I understood none of it, so my comprehension level is still 0. But for the most part, we know that 80% of the problems tend to work in this word recognition part. So, and then you all will have a lot of screener data that you can use to determine what's needed for those students. But all of you are primary? Yeah? So most likely you're going to have kids that have phonemic awareness and phonics deficiencies. Ooh!
Yay! Activity.
All right. Do we want to do this one big group? Our inside-outside circles?
Like you said, number all.
Yeah. So let's number off some 1-2s, 1-2s, 1-2s. All right, and we'll just go around the room. Everybody ready? I'm skipping you. All right.
One. One. Two. One. Two.
Did I get it too?
One. Two. One. Two. One. Two. One.
All right. So, is there somebody back there?
Put them in the empty spot.
Oh, and can we fit them all? Reckon? Sure. All right, let's do we're going to. Let's put the ones, you all are going to make a circle and then face to the outside. So if you're a one, come and we might want to make our circle facing each other first and then turn around, unless you're real good at this back-to-back circle making. You're going to face each other first, and then we'll just turn you around. It'll be easier to make a circle. All the ones. All the ones. Well, now circles connect, and they are endless. All right. So do we have a circle? Let's take like one step this way, and then squeeze it in just a little bit, because we got to get a circle around you. Squeeze in. Now, you all can turn around and twos, make a circle around them and face them. Woo! At least you got to move a little bit this morning. Now, we should all have a partner, yes? You don't have a partner? Do you want me to be your partner? Do you want me to be your partner? Oh. Evan, do you want to give them some?
Sure. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to set a timer for 1 minute. You guys are just going to share with each other everything that you have learned or picked up on, or just some takeaways so far this morning. And then we're going to talk for a minute. The timer will go off, and then my twos that will take one step to the right, and then you will talk with, then I'll set the timer for 1 minute, and you'll talk to the that person. And then the inside circle will stay still, the outside circle will rotate, so that you can you should be able to talk to, I think, 3 different people and get some ideas from each other. Okay? All right, ready? Go. Okay, stop. Okay, take my twos, take one step to the right. Or we could do a couple steps, right? Let's mix it up a little bit. Do a couple steps, get some movements in. Okay. Does everybody have a partner and a different partner? Okay. Discuss. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, and let's go ahead. Well, this time, my outside circle can stand still. Let's let the inside people move this time, but make sure that you're just with a different person that you've not talked to yet. So go ahead and rotate. Probably, yeah, you could probably go to your right, and that would give you some different people. So go ahead and rotate the inside circle. Just go ahead and just take a step to the right. Or you may have to do maybe a couple steps. I feel like we're doing Ring Around the Rosie. Does everybody have a different person than they've had? Okay, I'm going to set my timer. Go. Okay, guys, that is the timer. Go ahead and find your way back to your seats. And what's next? Okay. And also, also, guys, I'm a terrible host. We have fruit and drinks, coffee, water, all of that out in the lobby. You all help yourselves. The cooler is up against the wall under the quilt. So you guys just help yourself to that. I didn't even mention it. So, like I said, I'm a terrible hostess. Okay, so we covered a little bit. We wanted to kind of give you guys a chance just to reflect, talk about it, and get up and stretch a little bit. Now we're going to just about UFly in specific. So a lot of times, and I know some of you guys, I've had questions about that, teachers love it, but you got to get buy-in from admin. And so, and I get that because, you have to be research-based, you have to be evidence-based, you have to, whatever. So I do want to talk to you guys a little bit about that because when you go back, you're representing your district today. And when you go back, then you can share this with them because I know districts are looking for programs for interventions and core. This was built for core, but it's also used for interventions. So K2 core and interventions for anybody who needs foundations, basically. And so, and of course, when you do anything, it has to be evidence-based, research-based. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that for a minute. And really, what is the difference? And that's always a big thing that's kind of confusing sometimes. So UFly is actually both. So they covered both grounds. The difference between if something is research-based, so what that means is they have taken, like the research that Hack had mentioned to you already, like the reading rope and the simple view of reading. All of that is research. And, and for example, so they take research and use parts of their program to implement because based on the research, if we do this, it's going to work. Okay? Evidence-based is they take the whole program based on the research. They just develop the whole program, plus they implement it in a controlled setting. So they take a pilot school or a pilot district and it's controlled, and then they actually implement it to see what results they get. That is your evidence. Okay, so UFly is both because they took the research and developed the program, well then they implemented it. Okay, and so really, when you're looking for strategies and things for your classroom, evidence-based is best, typically speaking, because it's actually been implemented and tested. So the pilot district that they did this with, they did it district-wide. And then this is called Hattie's effect size. Okay, Hattie is a researcher, and I'm just referring to education, but so all programs go back to Hattie effect size. Everything we relate to this. The blue is the desired effects. So 0.4 or better, and his scale goes up to 1.2, is your desired effects. We also look, when you're looking at strategies, like you can rate like small group instruction or phonics instruction, things like that. So you can use this scale to determine, break it down to even specific strategies. So this is the whole program that they did using Hattie's. Okay, so this is after 1 year. Okay, and this is a district-wide score for kindergarten and first grade. So the kindergarten effect sizes for that district was 1.2 to 1.44, which is off the chart of Hattie's. And then the first grade, is 1.4 to 2.0, and that was just one school year. It was the 21-22 school year is when they did it. Or maybe 2021. maybe 2021, or no, it was 21-22 because of COVID. That's right, 21-22. So it's brand new. So this is your proof, and then this is important information to take. But your administrators will definitely want to know this information. And let me go ahead while I'm thinking about it. I thought earlier as kind of, but because I know, like I said, you guys are just a representative of your district. If you go back and you talk to your admins and they are like, oh, okay, we want to hear more about this, we may do this for our district. I'm the contact person for that. You can reach out to me, and then I can come out to your district and do district specific instead of just having it here at KVEX. So just wanted to throw that out there as well, because I will do anything to get this in any district that will have it.
This is our road to fluent reading, and something we probably want to really think about here. If you see right here in the beginning, you're pairing the spoken language to the written language. You're pairing those sounds to those letters. Well, that's wonderful if you talk right, but something that we need to be really aware of with our students and with ourselves is, are we pairing our spoken language and our written language? Are we pairing those sounds and letters accurately so that we can then, you see how those pair and they come together, you get this grapheme phoneme correspondence, the GPCs, when you see that, grapheme phoneme correspondences, they eventually blend those together, they make whole words, and as they continue down that map, the road map here, those words lead to text. And the important thing here is working towards accuracy and automaticity. We've already talked a lot about accuracy, how we need that 90%, right? We're going to really hit home how important it is that this becomes automatic for kids like it is for us. Yeah. And I think we moved, yeah, this goes back to you.
Okay, so what does it actually mean to know a letter? How many people have talked to their parents and the parents will say, oh yeah, my kid knows their ABCs, because why? They can sing the ABC song. How many people have had that conversation with a parent? Everybody. And parents are dumbfounded when you show them a screener and they do not know 2 letters of the whole alphabet. So we're going to talk about what it really means to know a letter. They have to know the name, like what it is, letter name knowledge, okay? Then they have to be able to recognize the shape of the letter. They have to be able to point to it, okay? They have the letter, we have the letter A up here. We have to know that the name of this is A. We have to know that that's what that letter looks like. And then we have to know what sound it makes. And then lastly, we have to be able to form it. We got to be able to write it. So you got to be able to know the name, recognize what it looks like, be able to write it, and know the sound. And then last, of course, again, automaticity. And we're going to talk a little bit more later about why that's so important. But that's linking that reading and the writing, because they truly do not know the letter if they can't write it. So when we get into the lessons today, you're going to see when you do those activities that the students are going to have that opportunity to be able to read it and write it together. So you're teaching reading and writing simultaneously. Okay, so then talking about letter formation, in your manual, there 367, 368 has a description of how to form each letter correctly. There is a correct process, and that is important on how to do that. When we were going through this, I had taken a picture and sent it to an OT, and she was like so excited. She was like, oh my goodness, because it's just so important to get that letter formation correctly. So it has all of that in it. It tells the direction. Now, and I know it's, you see kids, and I know you go through and you teach it, but I still see kids sometimes, and I see the outcome of the letter, but then I see them write it, and I'm like, what is going on? So anyway, so it goes through all that. So this program, it just teaches you. It gives you directions, verbiage on how to teach your kids, like what words to say to guide them on how to form that letter. So, Hacks, I already talked a little bit about these. Grapheme, phoneme, correspondence, that's letter sound association is another way of putting that. Grapheme is your written letter, and phoneme is the sound, and then the correspondence of the two. And we're going to talk, so if you look, your phonemes are your sounds. So if we're going to use the word sheep as our example, we hear sh, e, p, 3 sounds. Okay, then you graph that. The letter sounds, or the letters that make those sounds, and then they've broken it up. So sh is sh, the long e is ee, and then with this one p makes the p sound. And then you have 3 graphemes because that makes those sounds, and then you have the letters that make up. So you can see the breakdown of that letter sound correspondence. Okay, so then when you're doing GPCs, it's always a good idea to introduce the most common GPC first. With some of the letters that you see, the letter C, it has 2 sounds. Several letters has 2 sounds. You're going to introduce the most common one first. And then you're going to identify the placement. So if it's going to be in the beginning, middle, or the ending of the word. And then this articulatory gesture that we have here, that is when you're going to really specifically describe to the kids where to put their tongue, how to hold their lips, and how to push the air. Being really specific on that. And that's all listed in your manual. It will give you the directions on how to do that. And then after you've done that, then you can go ahead and give them the alternative sounds or the alternative spellings to those sounds. Okay, so now we're going back to decoding. Decoding is translating print to speech. So basically seeing a word on paper, being able to break those into sounds and blend them and say the word. Going back to the phonemic awareness piece, I cannot stress to you, please, for one of your takeaways today, please take away that decoding, blending, and segmenting of phonemic awareness is critical to learning to read, because blending sounds and then leads to the decoding. Okay, so for example, even if the kid, because phonemic awareness doesn't involve the letters, looking at the letters. So then we're going to look just the sounds. So if I had the word cat, okay, I'm not going to show them anything. They're not looking at anything. It's just they're looking at me. And if I say cat, okay, that's 3 sounds. They have to be able to blend at, and they know that forms cat. Now, going back to our sound type, cat's probably not one you want to start with, because k is a stop sign, stop sound. But you want, like sun. Sun would be an easy one, because s and are both continuous. So, and let's do that. So let's do cat, and then let's blend sun, and you just naturally can feel how it naturally glides together. So, okay? All right, let's do cat first. Are you ready to do it with me? Cat. Okay, let's try it one more time. Cat. It doesn't blend really easy. Okay, now let's try sun. Ready? Sun. Sun. You're almost saying the word as you say the sounds because it's that continuous. So that's why it's easier, to do that. So that's why it's so important that they can blend sounds. And then it goes, and then after you're doing that by listening. And then when they get to the phonics piece, then they can recognize that letter and do the sound and then do it individually with the phonics. But that blending is so important. And which leads to the next part of encoding. Now, encoding is being able to segment. So if I said cat, so the first time I gave them the sounds and they made the word. Now I'm going to give them the word cat. They have to be able to take cat that they hear and take apart and tell them and hear the individual sounds. So if I said, okay, class, tell me the sounds in cat. And then they would say cat, cat. And I just automatically do this right here. This is just like a movement that kind of helps kids to be able to blend together using those multisensory, multimodal ways to teach. And then, so for encoding, then, and then we'll do sun. Okay, if I give you the word sun, then you separate it. And then that helps with spelling. Okay, because when I give them a word, especially if it's a word that's decodable, if they're spelling hat, well, and I do it. I mean, we do it without thinking about it. But even big words, if I'm sitting there, if I'm writing, how many of you guys, when you're writing, sometimes and you're writing words, and then you break a word apart and to be able to spell it, some of the long words, we do that naturally because we have those skills, and it goes back to that automaticity that we're going to talk about a little bit later again. So for kids, that's what we're teaching them to do. So we have to let them. It helps with their spelling because they are able to break that word apart and then hear the sounds and then associate the letter that goes with the sound. So those 4 things today: blending, segmenting, decoding, encoding. Critical. And then it leads to orthographic mapping. So what this is kind of the example that we gave with sheep. So it's being able to take words, identify the sounds, and then write the letters to those sounds to get the spelling. And that's on page 10. It talks about that a little bit more. And some of them it's kind of repetitive because it, like frog, it's literally the same letters that the sounds that represent it. But if you look at the word said, it's different. So I like this example because it's kind of showing you exactly like the AI is what makes the S sound and things like that. Any questions or comments so far about that? Encoding, decoding, or orthographic mapping? Okay, one of my favorite all-time strategies is Elkonin boxes. Okay, love them. You can use them with phonemic awareness, and then you can also use them for phonics. So we're going to, because this is a phonics program, we're going to do it with the letters, with the phonics piece, but you can also do it if some of your kids are having difficulty. So like, for example, if you need to back up a little bit, just do a little couple 3-minute phonemic awareness before you get into the phonics. Then instead of putting letters in the boxes, you can put chips, and you can push the chips in for each sound that they hear. It helps break it apart. But for Elkonin boxes, actually, we're going to practice that. So we want to, then they showed us a little trick. Hold on just a second. The first word I want you to do is the word, do the word street. Street. I walk down the street. And just do that one for me. Go ahead, draw your boxes, put your letters in, and then write the word underneath it. And think about how many sounds that street has. Draw the boxes for the sounds, and then write your word underneath. Okay, it looks like everybody has went through it once a little bit. As I'm walking around, I saw a lot of different combinations, and and that's why I chose that word, because I wanted to the point that we're getting ready to talk about. So with the word street, let's break that apart and let's see how many sounds do we have in street. Are we ready? Let's break it apart with street. Eat. So how many is that? Street. Okay. Now, one interesting thing is we do blends. We talked about blends, things like that. But what is a blend, really? So, like you have like bull and all of your consonant blends. It's a blend of what? Two sounds and two letters. Okay. So if the kids know b and o, and they know how to blend, they don't need to be taught a whole lesson on blending or blends. Okay, so and the same thing, and I use the strub because that's a big one. And I use that one because, and I know sometimes like the ST is one, and then you had that R, so it's all right there, but that's three sounds right there. And so you break those up into they have their own individual boxes. And so I thought that was really, really interesting because, and I've seen it, I've done it. And when you have these books and they have a whole lesson in consonant blends. And, as we all know, we got to get bang for our buck. Our kids are behind. If that's something that you can really bypass, if they know how to blend and they know all the other letters and sounds, they don't need a whole lesson in that. So, but now, so of course your diagram, like your sh, and those are not and that's why I did the EE. The E, you have the two E's that make that. The EE goes in the same box. So you should have, I guess I should have written it here. Now mine is really messy and quick, but I did it just because I'm in a hurry. But this is what it should look like right here. Okay, and then and like the word blush. Then your B will be in a box by itself, your L will be in a box by itself, your U, and then SH would be together in a box. Helicopter. Absolutely. And I think it goes back to the blends help with that automaticity. It all goes back to that. So yeah, it helps it do it quicker. So Okay, and then manipulative letters is word work. We're gonna do word chains and things like that. When we get into the lesson piece, we'll have the trays and we'll work with those. We won't get into that right now because Emily, when she goes into the lesson, we'll do that, and you guys are going to practice that on the word work. But when you manipulate letters and do those word chains, it helps them encode and decode the new words. And when you're encoding, you're changing mat to sat. So, like, for example, okay, so if I have the word mat up here, but I tell them, and I say the word. If I'm encoding, I'm giving them the word. So if I say change mat to sat, they have to know that to move the M and put the S and make it sat. That is spelling, because I didn't tell them what letters to use. I just told them to change the word. They determine what letters to use. Now, to decode, I'm telling them the letters. So if I had this word, Matt, if I said, okay, you have this word, and we're going to take the M and add an S, now what new word do I have? And they're reading. So that's the difference. Okay. Any questions about encoding or decoding at this point? Okay, perfect.
All right, we'll get into types of words for beginning readers. And I remember back during the pandemic, we had a lot of deficiencies, especially our second, third, fourth grade. And we would talk to our teachers and we'd say, well, what are we doing to try to attack these? And they'd say, I'm teaching sight words. And I thought, well, so what are you doing? What are you doing besides teaching sight words? And then I realized sight words mean something different to everyone, depending on when you went to school or maybe what experience you have or what grades you've taught in the past. So I really like that they have given us a lexicon here to really say, okay, here's what these words really are, right? And sight words can mean the same thing to everybody if you follow these definitions. Everybody in your building will know if you say, I've been teaching in sight words, then, oh, these are the words I've been teaching them. And so they have identified regular words, irregular words, high-frequency words, which are completely different than from sight words. So regular words will follow a very common grapheme phoneme correspondence. Right? This is like cat and sat. They follow the most common grapheme phoneme correspondence. But then you have some irregular words, and those are words that do not follow a common grapheme phoneme correspondence, like said. Well, AI usually says A, right? But in said, it says eh. So it would be irregular. Then you have those high-frequency words. High-frequency words are those words that appear frequently in print. Y'all probably think of the Dulce and the Fry list, right? Y'all know those are 70 years old. So, not that they're bad, but they are, they're aging, and we do have a lot of new vocabulary that we use that are in print now. But you do see these quite regularly. But high-frequency words on those Dulce and Fry list, they can be regular or irregular. There's no need for you to teach those just based on that list, right? Which sometimes we end up doing. It's like, oh, here's an alphabetical list from Dawson Fry. Let's learn these in alphabetical order. There's probably an easier way for kids to do that. And then you have sight words. Sight is any word, it's regular or irregular, that a reader has secured in memory, usually through the process of orthographic mapping, and can be recognized instantly. A sight word is a word that the student knows by sight. Your sight words might be different than mine because your orthographic mapping process has been different. You've taken a different journey. So let's try to get away from teaching sight words. Because then if you're using sight words in that way, and everybody has the same standard for what these words mean, then you'll be better able to say, oh, I'm teaching them irregular words, or I'm teaching them high frequency words. Let me make sure I go the wrong way. So types of words for beginning readers, these irregular words, they cannot be readily decoded because it's either permanently irregular, that means that the grapheme phoneme correspondences are unique to that word, and here's just a few, like one, shoe, I, and who. And we do have words like that, like they just don't like follow a rule, right? Think about kernel, like it follows no rules. Just we're going to put COLONELS out there, and we're going to say kernel just because. That would be a permanently irregular word, right? But then you have some that are temporarily irregular. I think we talked about this earlier. Like this is one where the student will eventually learn that grapheme correspondence, the grapheme phoneme correspondence, but they may not have learned it yet. So when you first start teaching, like I says and S says S, well, it doesn't in is. It doesn't say is. It says is. So that could be irregular for a moment, but then eventually you're going to teach them, oh, S has two sounds. S can say S and S can say Z. Then is no longer an irregular word, right? So teaching irregular words. Hopefully we have a good way of doing this now. I've seen a lot of this, like, I'm going to write the word on the paper, you're going to write it 15 times, and then you're just going to know it. And you all know sometimes they still don't know. Like it's December and they're like, I don't know it. They can write it, or they can copy it, or they can trace it, but they don't know it. Well, here's UEFL has a really great way of teaching these, and they really try to leverage those schemas that are already developed and then use that to teach something new, a new concept. So you want to teach these as heart words. These are the parts of the irregular word that you have to learn by heart. And they are designated then with the heart sign, right? I'm going straight. Y'all can read that, right? So here they leverage the S has a consistent sound, right? It's going to S in this. They're leveraging the D says D. Kids already know that. You've already taught them that. What they don't know is this AI. Because in what world does AI say eh, right? So you're going to specifically teach that. They have to know that by heart. And so when you're teaching this to kids, you're going to point out the things that are consistent and then let them know. Now this AI you have to know by heart, and this word says eh. So this word is said. Sound easier than just a random alphabetical list?
And this part was really eye-opening for me because when you really look at those irregular words, because just like that, I mean, a lot of what's in there is not irregular. Most of the time it's just one sound or a couple of sounds. And once kids realize it's not completely foreign and they can know part of those, it just helps them a lot.
In most words, at least 70 to 80% is decodable. It's just a very few parts of a word that are not decodable in most words. That process of learning those one parts by heart, that gets you to this automaticity that we've talked about, which is so important for our readers, especially before they hit like third grade where they have to like, you know, read to learn, because they need this to be automatic so they can use all that cognitive functioning for the comprehension part. Yeah. So what is automaticity? It's the ability to do things without conscious thought or attention to detail. Kind of like before when you drive down the road, if you see the road sign, you can't not read it. Like it just automatically happens, and we don't even think about it. It's an effortless response to patterns or habits, usually the result of learning, repetition, and practice. I think of that all the time. If you've ever coached anything or played anything or been a part of any band or theater or sports, it's practice, 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 practice. And there's lots of repetition and repetition and repetition. And then finally, it allows the focus to go somewhere else, right? And for our purposes, if they can decode automatically, where is our focus going to be able to go to? Think back to that simple view of reading. That will help. So, what are some automatic skills that you all have? And it may be different from everybody. We talked about this, like, I don't know, like, skills that are automatic for me may be different than Chastity's. But take a minute. Do you want them to chit-chat with their tables? Think of automatic skills that you all have. Maybe talk with a partner. What kinds of things do you do automatically?
It's not necessarily working. Like, some people might knit. And if I had to try to knit something, I mean, it'd take me, I'd have to really think about it real funny. So just think about something that you do
Right.
that you just don't even.
Yes, you do.
Some people might do a cricket or play ball. So I'll think about it for just a second.
That's a really good, yeah. Like, I would have to think to knit, but some people can just do it. Yeah.
And why I use that example, why that came to mind. I was not going, I mean, other than like.
That, I've never done anything like that. Like, I would probably make a big muck out of that. All right, anybody want to give us some automatic examples? Typing. Oh, that's a really good one, yeah. Because when you first start, you are really having to focus and concentrate and figure out if your fingers are in the right place, and then it does become much more automatic. You can just type without looking. That's a really good example. Throw another one.
One example I just thought of that is, for me, was learning like Google and like, when COVID first hit and how everybody, excuse me, was having to develop slides and do all of these things in Zoom, all these things just completely different than we've ever known. And like putting these presentations together. When we first started doing that, I mean, it was taking me forever on how to figure out how to do this and and go through that process. And by the time, before I got to the point of being able to present whatever I needed to do, well, I was killed because I put so much effort into figuring out the logistics of how to do it. And now, when I go through and do those things, I just whip it out and do it without even thinking. So that's an automatic skill that I had developed just through this process of really navigating Google.
You might have any other share outs to share? We've got some on here. But I, when I think about this, I think about when I started doing it, it took me a long time. Yeah. And then the more I do it, the better I get. And one of the first ones on here is driving. Because when we first start, or if you've ever had a teenage child and, trying to drive you around, you hope. They go very slow, right? It's not really so automatic. There's a lot of thought given to everything. How fast am I going? What do the signs say? Where am I going? What direction am I going? And then after a while, it becomes more automatic, right? I didn't really have to think a whole lot on the drive up here this morning. I knew where I was coming to. I knew the turns I was going to make, and it didn't take a lot, and it didn't take me, an hour to get here. If I were 16 learning to drive, I would have had to really pay attention to all these new roads up here.
Switch a car. Switching cars and reaching for the gear shifter in the wrong spot.
I always hated to get a new car because I never knew where anything was. One of the examples they had was just playing a musical instrument. I'm not musical at all. So if I tried to play a guitar, one, it would sound bad, and two, it would take a while. But for for someone who's practiced that, they could do it automatically, and they would do it much faster, and they would do it much easier, right? And then the other example they had was playing any kind of sports. So for me, shooting a basketball would be terrifying and embarrassing. But for someone who's played basketball, they could just shoot the ball and not even think about it, right? There wouldn't be any thought to it. And so the idea is that we want to get to automaticity, get all this practice in, because this is what it does for our students. When we have a less fluent reader, do you all see the red part of the brain that's required for decoding?
It's really, really cool to me.
Yes.
I think this is really eye-opening, this graphic right here.
If your readers are not really fluent with decoding, it takes most of their brain power just to do the decoding. Y'all see how large that section is. When that's happening, look at what's left to worry about the comprehension. Right? When you have a more fluent reader and they don't have to struggle to decode, look at all of this brain power that they have to focus on the comprehension. So when we give kids a passage that they clearly cannot decode, and then we just start screaming at them, tell me the main idea. What's the main idea? You just had the passage. You should know the main idea. Well, should they? Because if they're struggling with the decoding and not very fluent, that main idea is going to be really hard to come up with, because they really just don't have the brain power left to use to find that main idea. Yeah, and that's a very powerful image to me, and we see that a lot with our readers, don't we? We know our readers that are fluent, they comprehend so well. And sometimes the comprehension is the outcome, not necessarily the problem. So getting down to what is the problem that they can't comprehend is not always easy.
Yeah. Most of the time, it's not a comprehension problem, it's a decoding problem.
Yeah. 80% of the time is what Holly Lane said.
Okay. Let's,
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what we've covered so far. We've basically everything we've talked about is just the research and the background knowledge that's leading up to just reading and UFly in general. And how I love that graphic that he just covered. It's on page 8, 8 and 9. The picture is page 9. It starts talking about it on page 8 in your manual. But you think about, and I'm sure as he was talking, there's some certain kids that come to mind when you think about that. This is what happens a lot with the kids that have dyslexia. They're very intelligent, but their reading comprehension level is on a kindergarten, first grade level. But it's not a comprehension issue. It's the decoding issue, and they're spending so much time, and trying to figure out what the words are. They don't even have a clue what they've read. It's like if you were to, if a kid was looking and it's like sounding out every, the is, this, practice, is not. I mean, if you do that through a whole sentence or a whole story, And then you ask them what that was about. They have no idea because they were focusing so hard on what those sounds were to those letters and being able to blend and segment. They have no clue. And then on the flip side, going back to that simple view of reading, if you have a kid, and I had a kid one time, and she kind of flew under the radar for a little bit because she was a good reader. But then we ended up catching her because she could you could hand her anything. She was in fifth grade. You could hand her anything. She could read anything you gave her. And she had zero language comprehension. She didn't know what the words meant. She had no clue. So it didn't do her any good either. And then I had kids on the flip side of that, like I said, my LD kids I had some that had dyslexia. They could not read the words on the page. So their listening comprehension was phenomenal because they knew the language and the vocabulary, but they couldn't break the code and decode those words. That is just so powerful, and I really wanted to draw your attention to that because I think that helps us as teachers understand where more about what our kids are coming from, because sometimes like with the frustration level with our kids too, they appear to be lazy or inattentive at times and things like that, and some are, don't get me wrong, but for the most part, like you have kids going back to that brain power, and let me throw that back up there again. I forgot what I do. Going back to that brain power, that they're mentally exhausted, and so they need a break. If they try to go through and they read a couple sentences and then they stop and then they're wanting to fidget or talk or whatever, they're tired. Think about yourself. That's like I said, when I'm trying to figure out something and going through, I am killed. And mental exertion is so much more daunting than physical. And so with that, they need a break. And that goes with, like I said, with another thing than a lot of learning and things about dyslexia, because that's another thing that's awareness for that is coming up, which feeds right into this. It all. That's why I'm so passionate. I'm just so excited. We're gonna have such a good year with UFly and letters and dyslexia, because it all goes back to that science of reading, and but it just wears them out. And so they just don't have that mental capacity after they've worked so hard on trying to decode to be able to do pretty much anything else without a break. They need that break. And so being aware of that, and it's not, it's just not knowing. I remember doing the same thing for, like going through these, and as I read and as I learn, I saw myself in similar situations when I was a younger teacher, and then also some of my kids. And I'm sure as you all sit here this morning, there are kids that come through to your mind that you've had in your classroom before. And some of you guys are newer teachers, and some of you guys have taught for a while. But I guarantee you that when you look back, if you haven't already, you will go back and you say, I wish I could go back to my first class I had or my second class I had and do things a little bit differently. But you don't know. You can only do what you know. You do the best that you can with what you have at that time, and then you keep growing, and then you do better. But like the kids I had my first couple of years teaching, I'm like, man, if only. But so now, and I will share this with you. I've had a couple. Two kids in particular that stick out, that fit this example. And because like I said, I taught special ed, and so it was not only did I do special ed, but when doing it in the primary, that is probably the hardest job, because you are the first person to tell a parent their kid is not where they need to be. and it's so hard. And that's their baby. I mean, I get it. I mean, I had babies too. But anyway, so, and I had this parent one time ask me, well, what can you do different for my child than the classroom teacher? Because the classroom teacher he had was fabulous. And I mean, she was a phenomenal teacher, but he was still behind. And so I was like, you know what? That is a really good question. Really good question. And I was young, and I'm still young. I mean, inexperienced. Let me say that. But I really didn't have, I was like, well, we can give him some one-on-one. I can pull him and do some work with him and things like that. And I did. But she was wanting specific strategies, what I could do differently for her child that regular ed teacher could not do. And I look back, and I mean, I guess he made some progress or whatever, but I mean, it breaks my heart because I didn't know what I know now. And then fast forward a few years later, this similar situation. And by this point, I had knew more about, the multisensory strategies and, just more experience, more knowledge. So with the second round, and of course I thought about the first kids, the same parent, the parent was kind of similar, and she was just like, well, okay, so what are some things that are different? Well, that time I was able to provide her with some specific strategies that would help her child. And so it was like, well, I guess, I kind of, and he did well and did okay, but I guess kind of got off on a soapbox a little bit. But it's like it's just naturally happened. But the more that I'm just so excited about this, because I think it gets really back to your foundational pieces that's been missing for so long. And when you do these strategies, and we're talking about like the scaffolds with the boxes and things like that, and I know a lot of you in here, if not most of you, are regular ed teachers. Do I have any special ed teachers in here? One? So, we always look at what the most intense help, because that's what we do. I mean, that's been our career. But what just because that Kim, she might be, if I'm co-teaching and she has an IEP and I'm doing this strategy for her, if Christina is at her table, Christina doesn't know this concept either, and she doesn't have an IEP, but if that strategy helps her too, then it's good. So it's like, not some kids, you still have gray area kids, that's what we talk about. So these strategies are help for kids that struggle, that even though they do not have an IEP. So you can start with the most intense strategies, and then you can fade up. So okay, let me check my time here. What we're going to go ahead and do, because lunch is not here yet, we're going to go ahead and do this. We were going to do this originally right after lunch, but the more we get done before lunch, the more time you guys will have to practice. So we're going to go ahead and go forward a little bit. This is just a short video. It's an introduction of like the manual. This is going to kind of get you all familiar with the manual. It's a great resource for you. And then we're going to do a little scavenger hunt inside the manual. And this is just so that you you realize what all is in there for you to help make it better. Because I'm just curious, how many of you guys get a teacher's manual and read all the stuff in the beginning and read all the stuff in the back? How many people do that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I thought. Me too. I was the same way. and then I would have questions, and then somebody would be like, well, Chastity, it's right up there in the front. Oh, gotcha. I gotcha. So, and that's another good thing about UFly is literally everything is here, and then you have that website that supports it that Emily's going to go through later. So that's why we want to really bring your attention to the manual, because it will answer pretty much every question that you have. We do have a video that is put out by the UFI people. We're going to just play it and kind of talk through, and it's going to guide you through it a little bit. And that's in the way I can't hit play. Let's see.
Before you start your implementation of UFL foundations.
Okay, so this page right here on page 22, of your manual, it kind of breaks down when you get into the lessons, it tells the steps and explains what each one is. So that's really helpful. This reminds me of like when you buy something, you got to piece it together, and it just tells what each part is. So that's kind of what that is.
As you get comfortable with implementing the lesson, this will become a good resource. The instruction material section of the manual includes the scope and sequence, getting ready lessons, and core lessons. The scope and sequence is on page 40.
So this scope and sequence, page 40, it's for all of them, for all of K2. And with most programs, scope and sequence is going to be different than probably everything else that you've ever done, because every program and every curriculum, everything you do, everybody's got a different scope and sequence based on their research and whatever. So, but then it's broken up into individual grade levels. So then they have the kindergarten.
In first grade, you'll see that a lot of overlaps, and the same lessons will be reviewed, and then you'll progress further along in the scope and sequence. Again, in second grade, you will see some review of some of their early lessons, and then you'll take students through the end of the scope and sequence. The first set of lessons that you'll find are the getting ready lessons, lessons A through J. These lessons include guidance for how to introduce the sound ball,
And the reference is page 20 on this one.
During these lessons, this is when you'll also have to build instructional routines and teach your students how to manage their materials for the lesson. Here's an example of a getting ready lesson. As you see, the lesson is broken into two main parts, sound ball and alphabet knowledge and letter formation.
So you can tell it gives you script. So if you're completely inexperienced or don't even know what to do, you could read it, and it tells you exactly what to say.
This is an example of the slide deck from one of the getting ready lessons. This is an early introduction to the sound ball, and
So this is part of the resource that's on the website.
Here's the suggested pacing for UFI Foundations lesson. On Monday and Tuesday, we would teach concept 1, on Wednesday and Thursday, concept 2, and Friday we would use for review and assessment. One thing to keep in mind during the UFI Foundations.
Oh crap.
This section, again, this is where you'll find.
Oh no. I will not make you sit through that again. I do want, I meant to stop it because what she's getting ready to talk about every minute matters. I want you to really think about this as she's talking. I know the video's kind of low. I don't know if y'all can hear it or not, but I got it turned up as far as it would go. about that slide that she talks about your minutes. So when she puts this up here, really look at your time, your instructional time. Well, I thought I hit stop and I hit replay apparently. Okay, here we go.
One thing to keep in mind during the education lesson is that every 10-minute matters. This is especially true for students who are behind.
So think about this.
2-minute jump the time, you'll see that 2 minutes times 180 days in a school year equals 360 minutes, or 6 hours, or 1 full day. So if you waste 2 minutes a day, you've lost a full day of learning. If your class lines up for a 10-minute bathroom break every day, you could choose 5 instructional days to line up for the bathroom. For every 2 minutes of high-quality skills practice each day, you dedicate a full day of instruction to this concept. Here's the list of the graphing learning responses.
So when she showed that to us, we were all just like, oh my goodness. The power of 2 minutes and how that can add up. And that's what it's like, because we've talked about in transition times, which, I mean, you got to take kids to the bathroom. I mean, but like when you're doing those things as you're walking to lunch and going to the bathroom, going to computer lab, you can do the little activities with them, those phonemic awareness activities, and talk and, blend. And so just because, if you keep them engaged, the behaviors will be better. And then also it helps with that instructional time. It reinforces those blending. And what was the other skill that went with blending, guys? Yes, segmenting. This on page, what page is it? It's talking about the graphing phoning correspondences. 347. And I like it because it has the sound, the letters that represent those sounds, and then it has the lessons that teach that, and then it also gives you the articulatory gestures that go with it. So this is like a cheat sheet, another cheat sheet for you. Okay, I just said what she was going to say. So it shows there's 4 lessons that teach the sound. Letter formation guidance for every letter. Okay, so I love, like I said earlier, the letter formation, and that page, the letter formation guidance, it tells you what to tell the kids on how to form the letters. Oh, here we go again. Let's just get. Okay, so now, and this activity should take us to lunch. We're going to do the scavenger hunt. So you should have a copy, if you picked up one off the table. It says Scavenger Hunt of the UFL Foundation Manual. It's got 11 questions on it, so go ahead and pull that out. And go ahead and get your manual out and just look through and see if you can find those and just put the page numbers down when you find it. And like number 1, you're going to we did that on purpose. It says your grade level, so because we wanted you to find your own, so it would be beneficial to you. So we'll give you a few minutes.
All right, guys, it is 12:15, so we'll go ahead and get back and get started because we want you all to have as much time as possible to practice. we will, Emily's gonna go through, talk about it, show it, and then at the end, we do wanna give you guys time to practice for sure. So, without further ado, I'm gonna turn it over, Hack's gonna talk a little bit, about some interventions and things, and then we're gonna turn it over to Emily.
And this is something that I know it came up all the time in our district. We heard it quite a lot. We would look at our screener data and we would start putting kids in tiers and we would say, oh, well, 70% of our kids need tier 2 intervention. Well, if that's true, then it's probably not an intervention problem, right? It's probably a tier 1 problem. This first little quote here at the top, you can't intervene your way out of a tier 1 problem. If you have a tier 1 problem, if your tier 1 instruction is not strong, you're gonna have way more than that 20% that needs tier 2 instruction. And you're gonna have way more than that 5% that needs tier 3. And this little statistic is really important. It came from the National Institute of Child Health and Human Development, but and we know this, and some earlier today somebody was putting time to it, and I thought, wow, that's pretty powerful. But when intervention is delayed, it takes 4 times as long to intervene in 4th grade as it does in late kindergarten because of the brain development and because of the increase in the content for students to learn as they grow older. So think about that. If you are intervening just 10 minutes in kindergarten, how long does that equate in 4th grade? 40. But most of the time we know our interventions take, at least 20 minutes, right? 20 to 30. Well, do you have 2 hours in 4th grade that you can intervene? Most 4th graders do, or teachers do not. So it's really important the earlier we intervene for our kids. And then if you will love your upper grade teachers and you're in primary, intervene early. Because we all know what they do, right? They blame, well, they should have learned that in 3rd grade, and then the 3rd grade teachers, well, they should have learned that in 2nd grade. But truly, there does come a point, and it starts with our K1 too. Take this as your responsibility. And if you've ever seen the statistics around 3rd grade reading and its linkage to like incarceration rates and health incomes and life expectancies and just your income as an adult, then you know how important it is for you to intervene early in those early grades in K2. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Emily, and before I do, I'm going to brag on her because I just met you like a couple months ago, and probably one of the most knowledgeable people I've come in contact with, and just seems like a wonderful teacher, a wonderful person. And so excited to get to work with her, and I'm sure in the future, every time I need something, I'll probably holler at her. But yes. I'll let y'all hear from Ms. Emily. She's going to give you the teacher perspective.
Right.
All right, so I'm going to focus on how to actually teach this. Because I know the first part is overwhelming. It's all your background stuff, but I promise you all, this is so easy to do. If it wasn't, I would be the first one to throw it out the window just like I do every other series they got. But this, literally everything that you need to implement it is right there in the book. Yes, you can use the magnetic letters. If you don't have them, you can use whiteboard. Yes, you can do the file things that I'll show you in a minute. You can make those. Everything else you need, I don't think this is but everything that you anyway, use your teeth. I always do, and I talk with my hands, so I can't use the microphone. Anyways, this program in general, I found this
I had looked at it before because believe it or not, this was on, and I think it was 2 years ago. Some of the resources were on one of the emails that had sent us for interventions for special ed. Some of the resources were, and that's when I first started looking for it because they didn't have the actual program out yet. But I found it, ordered my own manual, picked it up, and ran with it, and it's literally that simple. And everything, too, I'll show you all online resource hub. There are so many YouTube videos on this. They have their unofficial YouTube channel where you can watch any part of this that you don't understand. Literally, you can pull it up and use that for everything. So the lesson that we're going to look at is lesson 45 in your manual, which is the SH diagram. It is on page 168. So if you want to flip to 168, and I'll show you if you have your computer how to pull it up. But this is what a single lesson looks like in your manual, and this is 2 days worth. You're going to do steps 1 through 5 on day 1, and then 6 through 8 on day 2.
Is it always 1 through 5 on day 1
Yes.
and 6 through 8?
It's the exact same
Okay.
layout, exact same everything, you just change the words.
Okay.
But this is what it's going to look like. Every week it's going to have the same things on there. It's just going to change the skill. And I know it sounds terrifying because we were taught when you get a phonics skill, if you were teaching SH, how long are you supposed to spend on it? A week. We were taught every program they buy us, every skill is a week. This is one skill for 2 days, which was the most terrifying thing I had ever heard. But I promise you, I used this 100% in my class after Christmas break. I had kids go from red to green, almost blue on nipples. Like, if you truly follow this, the growth is insane, and it's so simple to do. This is 2 days, and we'll go into the breakdown a bit more of the scary part of the fact that it's only 30 minutes. That should be your whole lesson block. And I promise it's not as scary as it sounds because I'm the same way. Every slide that you see will have one of these 4 things in the bottom right. The slides will go along with your lessons. And this is just your key, and it's just a reference for you. Like if it has the red box at the top, no slides needed. You're just not going to be on that one. That second one, I know it's supposed to be, but that's when you show it in just normal view. You don't hit the slideshow button. Like you just leave it the way that it is because you can't. It's a slide where you can manipulate what's on it, and you can't do that if it's in presentation mode. Third one down, that's when you put in slideshow view. If it has the little globe thing, that means it's something that comes off their website. And this reference is in every single presentation that you pick. It's going to have that to look back at. So this is your breakdown of a lesson. So steps 1 through 4, that is your warm-up and review, your phonemic awareness, your visual drill, your auditory drill, and your blending drill. And then you introduce your new concept, and then that's all for day 1. And then 6, 7, 8, your word, your irregular words, which are your heart words. And then the connected text, which is very decodable, is day 2. So this is the breakdown. I told you it is terrifying to know that it's only 30 minutes, 2 days for one lesson. Step 1 is your phonemic awareness, and we'll walk through this more in a minute. I'm going to actually teach you the lesson the way I would teach my children. This is just the breakdown of it. Phonemic awareness, I know they touched on that before lunch. It takes 2 minutes. I think on theirs, it's the same chunk of time, and there are 8 of them. So 2 minutes is right on. I know at Martha Jane we do Haggerty. Does anybody else know Haggerty? Love Haggerty. And basically Haggerty is just the extended version of this. And I still plan to use Haggerty, just not at the same time as UFly, spacing out to a different point of the day. Because this one focuses specifically on blending and segmenting, the only parts that you need. And the words that you are using correlate to whatever school you're teaching. So like this one is diagraph SH, and if you look at the step 1 phonemic awareness in your book, every one of those has SH in it. So they're getting a direct practice with that skills. Next is the visual drill. It takes 3 minutes. The auditory drill is 5 minutes. Blended drill is 5 minutes, and then your new concept you spend about 15 minutes on. That's the whole thing. And with UFly, one thing that they really stressed is that you stick to this time. you don't spend extra time. 30 minutes is 30 minutes. And you learn as you go. It took me longer than 30 minutes at first. And I'll be honest, even though I've used this half a year, sometimes it's still hard and you do still have to cut things down. And she says, run a timer for yourself. If 2 minutes is up and you're not done with that section, too bad, go on. And it helps you, it gives you more structure and builds their structure as well. And then day 2, you review that new concept and it's literally almost exactly the same as it was before. They get some practice with word works, then you focus on their heart words, irregular words, and then the connected text, the decodable is 15 minutes. And there's different ways that you can do it. I'll talk about it more too. But if you have a computer device of some sort, I'm going to show you how to access all of this because it's all right there for you.
Back here.
Cassie, is this link in here? Okay, this is the UFly website. It is just ufly.education.ufl.edu. You can just type in UFly in Google. It will bring it up. And when you get to the toolbox, the part that has the lessons, if I were you, I would bookmark it and keep it in your tabs on the top of your computer so you can reference it really easy. That's what I do on my computer, my Chromebooks, and it makes it so much easier. Do you see?
When you are on here, if you scroll straight down, all of these stripes right here are your lessons. The one that I'm using to model today is lesson 45. So all I would have to do is right here, 42 through 53. And it will bring up that bulk of lessons. Now on each one, like if you look at 45 and go straight across, the slide deck for every single lesson is pre-made and you have the choice. If you prefer to use Google Slides, there's a Google Slide option, but if you prefer PowerPoint, there is the PowerPoint. It's the same exact thing, it's just whatever platform, whatever media that you prefer. The next column over is the decodable passage that goes along with it for the day 2 portion. On over it has the home practice, which is kind of like a little newsletter that you send home and it just explains the skill. It gives the parents a couple words to practice and it gives them some little word chains to help them. And then each lesson also has a roll and read game, and that's just something extra that you can use however you would prefer. If you want to stick it as a station and do it that way, if you just want to use the words, however you want to do that. But every single lesson has the exact same resources. It's nothing different based on lesson. So when you learn it and you do it the first time, the next time you teach it, it's going to be the exact same way. Now, if you go back to the toolbox page, over on the right side, there is this box right here. Do you see this box? It has lesson resources, the one that's highlighted, that is this page that has all your slide decks. Then it's got the apps, the decodable text guide, printable resources, the home report, home support, and then the video library thing. It says coming soon. She said in the training that, like I said, they have all those videos on YouTube already made, and she was just going to put them in one spot on here to go along with it, just to make it easier, but they are still on there. The printable resources is where you are going to find, it's got some implementation and support guide, and that's the one, I think you have it on the handout that gave you like a breakdown of each section. The heartword cards, so that it puts them on like a flashcard. And then it has the sound wall cards. It has the vowel valley and the consonant thing. And there is a UFly like official Facebook group that if you find it on there, it's the researchers who are answering your questions. Of course, you're going to get advice from other people in the group, but if you have a question and you post it, your researchers, your creators are the ones who are going to answer it. And people post on there like the different ways they arrange their things. Like the vowel valley has to be a V because it's based off of your mouth formation. But the consonant one in your book, it's the grid. I don't care for the grid just because I'm second grade, my kids are not going to understand that. They don't understand that you have to go across and up to figure out how to do that. So I'm grouping mine a little bit different, but it's based on things I found in that group. But the cards are all right here. All this is free. You don't need any sort of login. Anybody at all could get on this website. But right there are the links for that. Grapheme cards, they have those. The word work mat is, the digital one is the one that you're going to use, but there is also a printable version. And then if you don't have magnetic letters or tiles, they have them on here as well, that you can just print them and then Velcro them and put them on top. Literally any resource at all that you need, yeah.
If you don't have, so that, like even as far as this is free, so you don't have to.
If you have the Pioneer Valley ones, I like, the only decent thing about Pioneer Valley is those little magnetic letters and trays.
That's where you're all supposed to.
But everything you need, like I said, is right there. The decodable text guide, if I can pull it up, different schools are finally getting on board with the fact that leveled readers do nothing to help our kids learn to read. Decodables are what we need. And there is a decodable that goes with each lesson that you do use, but some schools have bought them. Different series come with them. Like I know we have HMH and it comes with them. This is a giant chart on there that if you go across and look for a brand, they align it with whatever skill it is. So like we have HMH, those are all of the HMH decodables and where they fall and align with the UFly lessons.
And in that participant folder that you guys have, there's the IMSC. I had put in there for you guys a set of decodable readers that you can print out and like fold into little books. And so you have all those 3 little sets for that.
And then on here, there's just a couple of other little things too. Like you'll see if you look at the lessons, it has an agenda with check boxes. There are sticker options that you could use instead if you don't like the check. If you wanted to use a star or a smiley face, it has options for that. One of the things that I really liked was, I think it was under this one. Maybe not. I don't remember where I found that the other day. The one that had it had the pictures of expectations. I don't remember exactly where it was at. But it had, okay, here it is. It's got the virtual blending boards, which we'll go into that more in a minute. But there's one on here that has the little graphics where it just displays expectations. Like if it's a time when they're supposed to be on the carpet sitting, it will have a little picture of them sitting that you could copy and paste and put into, so that your kids that need a more visual direction, it has that option on there too. But like I said, if you bookmark the toolbox page, everything you need is right there. The rest of it, I will be honest, I get lost on that website all the time. So that's what I do, is I just have that bookmarked, and that is all the reference that you need. And while I'm up, if you would like to go ahead and find lesson 45 and pull up that slide deck, whatever method you prefer, you can keep that up as a reference because we're going to look at that. Which I guess I don't need it, but. How do I go back into, how do I make it present again?
I just always hit the escape and start,
And then start slideshow again.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so here is just another breakdown. If you're on your phone and you'd rather just scan a QR, there's a QR that brings up that same slide deck. But like I said, they're all pre-made and it's the exact same layout, the exact same format every single time.
You're not. Just put that in.
Okay, so they got the. Okay, we also have the blending board. How does this? Can I wait until I teach that part to do it? Okay, it has a digital blending board, which I'll go into more when I teach that part of the lesson because you will use that. But there are other options of blending boards. The one at the top is like the one for recipe for reading. If you've done that training, which we did it last year, that's basically just a manual version instead of a digital version. I had one that I use, and I still use it some more for like guided groups where you can print just like the graphing cards. I print them from Teachers Pay Teachers, punched holes in them, and I have them in a binder, a 3-ring binder. Beginning sounds on one ring, middle sounds, and then ending sounds, and then I just flip through them. So there's different ways that you can do it, and a lot of people have been using blending boards and just, they have a different name and they're digital now. But it's the same thing. This is basically your implementation guide. You have this, right?
You guys have that.
Okay. And even if you lose it, need it later on, it's on the website just like everything else. It's in the printable resources. But this is just a great thing to have on standby for when you first start teaching because it is just your quick breakdown to glance and get going. It has which step it is. It gives you the amount of time that you should spend on it. The second column is whatever materials you need as like a quick reference if you need to know whether to flip back to the blending board, to the presentation. The third column, which I like, is your student materials, whatever they need beforehand for that step. And then over on the side is just your quick summary of your teaching, what you're going to be doing. So that is the best part. And then it also has the breakdown for day 2, of course. So that I would really recommend to keep that near wherever you're going to be teaching from. UFly for me, phonics in general is carpet time in my room. We do morning meeting, we do our calendar, and then we are on the carpet. I'm in my rocking chair, I have all my stuff right there. My boards are there within reach, everything that they need. And so for a while, I kept this right next to me so that I could look back at it when I needed to. This is the suggested breakdown of what your 90-minute reading block is, which I know is different I know in Letcher County we're 120 minutes. Is that what our reading block is? I think it's 120 minutes. So this, if they can fit it in 90 minutes, we can definitely do it in 120. The first 30 minutes is UFly Foundations to build phonemic awareness, decoding, encoding, and reading fluency. So that is your UFly block right there. Then moving on to differentiating small group, supplemental support, center activities, and enrichment. They do not, and it's not just them, it's basically any program that's on board with Science of Reading. They don't recommend centers. I know that's hard to wrap our brains around because we were told if you don't do centers, then your kids aren't learning anything, when really it's the opposite. It's basically an hour wasted so you can meet with a group for 10, 15 minutes. So they do it more as a pull-out session just based on what they struggled with. If you have a group that is really struggling with that encoding piece, you're going to pull them for a few minutes. And in the front of your manual, I don't know if it was on that slide, there is a breakdown on how to do that because that was what I was working on towards the end of the year, is really laying out that portion. It's on page 35 if you glance at it or mark it. And it gives you kind of a sample of how they break down to do pull-out groups. You don't have a set reading groups. The whole point of this portion is to be fluid. You know, one day when we're teaching SH, you may need it. Maybe Sarah's really struggling with that piece. So I'm going to pull her that day, but maybe when I get to the TH lesson the next day, she doesn't need that, but Jade does. So I wouldn't have to pull her. I don't have a set group to pull. The whole point is to be fluid. That way you're really targeting everybody's needs specifically. That's another hard part to wrap my brain around, but I promise you it makes a world of a difference. And then I didn't know what to do with the rest of my time because I was used to an hour of center rotations. So it gives you more time too. And then the other 30 minutes they have broken down into language comprehension instruction to build vocabulary, oral language, background knowledge. That's kind of where your read alouds and your instruction for that part comes from. The chart underneath that is your suggested pacing of UFly Foundation's lessons. Like I said, you will start on a concept. It is meant to be a 2-day lesson, and only those 2 days. Then Wednesday and Thursday, you move on and do the other 2 days. And then Friday is your assessment day. One of the biggest parts, which we had been doing even before we found UFly, spelling tests are so outdated, please do not do them. They are not learning anything. Like, you may be doing phonics in the classroom, but the reason they're getting 100 on that spelling test is because grandma's making them write them for 2 hours until they spell it right. They're not learning it based on the skill. They're learning it based on they've written it over and over again. The whole point of this is that you're doing a dictation assessment. If we're doing SH, then I'm teaching SH those days. On Friday, I'm going to give you words that have SH in them. And it's also going to be made up of other sounds that you know. So if we've already done long O and you know OW, I may give you the word show. So you have to use your skills to build sh, O, and put your word together. That way I can look and say, hey, they knew the SH part, they didn't know the long O, I can go back to that. And you build their score based on the parts they got correct. It's not, well, they spelled show, SHO, they got the whole word wrong. You're looking to see, did they grasp that SH concept? And you're scoring more based on that. It's not just a straight right or wrong answer. And is there another slide in this on is there a different slide that's specifically on the assessment? Okay. All right, so this is the model of a day 1 lesson. So this is what your first slide will look like when you pull up your slide deck. Day 1, 45 SH. Every single slide, whatever day, every single, in between every activity, you have a visual schedule for your kids. And as you complete that section, it checks it off. And I love that for me. I love for them because right now looking at it, you can see exactly what we're going to do, whether you can read or not, this day. So the first part we do is the phonemic awareness, and it is verbal. It is out loud. We're not watching that video. We are just going to do it out loud. And there's different ways that you can do this. Like I said, if you are familiar with Haggerty, it is the exact same thing. And UFly does not give specific hand motions for it, but Haggerty had some, and I use my Haggerty motions with it. But we are going to do this part together to practice it. So if you look at, on 168, the phonemic awareness part at the top, this is just out loud blending and segmenting. So I'm going to give you the parts, and then you blend them together to make a word. And there's different ways that you can do it. When Chastity did it, she counted the sounds. You can do that. I give them the parts and then blend it. Just remember, whatever you are doing, make sure you are going from right to left so that when you show them, they're seeing it left to right. Because if I go my way, like the first word is fish, if I do it for what works for me, ish, fish, that's backwards for you. So when they're reading it, it's not going to make any sense to them when they see that word. So I would do it backwards. Ish, fish. And this is a time, too, that you, as a teacher, really want to focus on making sure you're making the right sounds. That way they can push them together. So like I said, I do this part, ish, and then they blend it, fish. And I make them use their hands, too. Same thing. I'm going to give you the parts. You say it out loud. Sh. Then you can do the same with ship and shut. If you were to do this and say, I have the word, we'll stick with fish. And when they came to that final phoneme, or maybe in the middle, instead of fish, they said flash. Then I would just pause. Listen to me make the sounds again. Ish. And you really want to enunciate and make sure that they're watching you. Ish. Fish. I do it even if I hear one kid get it wrong. Everybody's going to redo it because your kid who's unsure may have heard that one kid get it wrong, but that's what's going to stick with them. So everything you do needs to be corrected immediately. Don't wait and go back to it. Fix it right then. So if they're not getting it, stop it, redo it as many times as possible. I do, if my kids aren't participating, I will sit there and do it until they do. I do not care. I got all the time in the world. Then segmenting, same thing. You give them the word, and I do the chopping motions. I keep it simple. We're chopping it up. So our first word, I make them repeat it. The way that I do it is, first word on that one is shin. So I would say, okay, first word is shin. Say shin. Shin. And then I would tell them, break it into sounds and make sure they stay together. And I make them do the motions. Sh, and then blend it, shin. It's a lot of verbal on their part, and you want to make sure they are doing the sounds and the whole word so that they are able to correlate both parts of that. So that part is purely out loud. Like I said, if you have Haggerty, it's the same thing. So if you're familiar with that, that part is consistent. See, and then we finish that, we have a check mark. So we're done with that part of it. The next part is the visual drill. For this, the kids do not need anything. This is just an out loud verbal drill. And down in the bottom right-hand corner down there, that is your key, your symbol that tells you that all you need is this. And when I do this, I try to go quick because we're working on building fluency and automaticity. And if you're spending too long, they're going to take too long. If you force them to go fast, they will pick up and they will go fast.
And this is a review, so
yes.
So this should be quick. And if they don't get it in review, then you know that's something you need to go back and reteach.
And I know that it kills them, and I know sometimes it kills us. If they can't do it over and over and over and over. If they're putting a schwa sound on the end, just like Chassie said, you say, what? What? And eventually they'll catch themselves and stop. But you have to correct it right then. The longer they do it, the longer they're going to stick with it, and the more ingrained it's going to be in their brain, and then the harder it's going to be to get them out of it. So this part, it's going to flash them a pattern that they are already familiar with, and they have to make the sound. And like I said, this part, I work on speed, and my kids get into it, and then they want the timer. Why are you not timing us? Time it, I can beat that time, let's go. So it's going to flash it up here, like what sound is this? So if you had that one and somebody said, don't move on, just keep saying, what? There's no schwa, it's unvoiced. What? Y'all, I'm bad. I do this to adults. Like, it's embarrassing because I can't. Poor Tyler Watts, if y'all see him, ask him how working on curriculum was with me when he said that S said "suh" and L said "luh." And I just couldn't. I couldn't handle it. He got a whole speech that day. Okay, when it comes to a letter that has more than one sound, when I do vowels, I make them do short first and then long. So short U says, and then long U says. And same thing with E. And then. And then. And then. And then. And then that checks off your visual drill. It's going to have that same amount of slides every time. Like I said, every time it will be a review. And anytime they don't get it right, just do it over and over and over and over. Go back and do it again. Practice, practice, practice. The next part is the auditory drill, which is the opposite of that. So,
Definitely your boards for this.
yes, go ahead and grab your whiteboard and your marker. Okay, this part, like I said, is the opposite. The visual, I gave you the picture, you made the sound. This time I'm giving you the sound. I said picture, oh my gosh. This time I give you the phoneme and you are writing the grapheme. There may be sounds that have more than one spelling, we know that. Long A, there are many different combinations. You write as many as you can think of that follow that pattern. And for them, it's going to be the ones that they've learned. And same thing with this. The first little while, yeah, they're kind of slow at it, but normally I count to 5. I don't say it out loud, but after I give them the sound, I just quietly, and then at 5, they have to show me what they've got as much as they can, and then we check them. So for this one, it's just going to be a blank slide because this is in your book. This is step 3. It's got the visual drill, and then the auditory is right next to it. So the first sound I'm going to give you is k. So write down any combination. I know you have the answers right in front of you, but any ways that you can to spell the k sound. And like I said, I normally just quietly go to 5, and then I tell them, okay, hold your boards up. So what's one way to make the k sound? C. What's another one? What's another one? I don't know CH. We're not that far ahead. Okay, and then that checks off. Well, I guess we'll do some more. If you give them, say,
She has a question.
yes.
I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
What do you do if they get it wrong? Like if you have one that's got it wrong?
I just verbally say that I'm like, well, let's look. If they're repeatedly getting it wrong,
Yeah.
then I just ask them about it and say, why did you pick that?
I had some that like, some do it on purpose.
Yeah, some of them are little.
Follow.
Yeah.
But I had some last year that done that. I didn't know how to go about it without embarrassing.
I just repeat it.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Where it is a review, like you said, so you taught it. So what I would do for the ones that are, if it's repeated like that,
Yeah.
then if they repeat it, then you're gonna make a note for yourself.
Mental note.
Mhm.
Yes. Or
Or you can write it down.
Yes.
if you can write it down, you're gonna make a note and say, oh, okay, so Susie and Johnny does not know this. And so you're gonna take that information and then just reteach it in a different setting.
I just wanted to see if you
But-
guys had any other ideas.
No,
That's pretty much what I do.
And like where it is a review, and if it's like that, and where it's really quick, or quick pace, and if they miss it, then I just tell them the answer. And then if you have somebody that say it's full, and somebody miss it, and then you say, yes, the sound is full, and you say it, so they know that what the right answer is.
And I also reinforce by like, if they have all the spelling CK, like after we check them, I'll say, okay, what do all these sounds say? So that way they kind of get that kind of helps a little bit too. So you'll go through all that, and like I said, they will take as much time as you will give them. So keep it on pace, keep it moving. You've got a breakdown of a schedule, and you need to stick true to that time. So that checks off your auditory drill. Then you move on to your blending drill. For this portion, you will be using the blending board that is on the UFly website. So I'm going to pull that up and show you how to set it up. This is the only part that takes a minute that you really have to do any sort of prep for. And I know she talked about it too. It says you can pre-save them on there, but you can't right now. You just have to do it ahead of time. And if you do it too far ahead of time, it will reset on its own. So if you are on the UFly website, like we were, up at the top where it says resources, if you look, gosh, I can never go quick enough. Okay, under digital apps, do you see blending board? You're going to click on that and pull up the UFly blending board. And it's going to look like this. Each time that you do this segment, you are going to have to set the blending board up to match that lesson. If you look in your manual on step 4, do you see there's like that little grid thing? Those are all of the letters that you're going to need. So over on the side, there's those 3 bars. This part is the part that took me the longest time to figure out how to set up. So you're going to want 0 selected. You hit none. This right here is telling you what you need to add. So all of the blue letters are your initial sounds. So if you look right there where it says initial, you're going to select those letters. And whatever section you pick from, you always need to click the blank one too. That will allow you to take off that portion if you need to. So look in your manual and you're going to set up your board to match this. These are in order. It took me forever to realize that if you go across the top, they're in alphabetical order and they're easier to find on here. The middle is the yellow. The final is the green, and then the pink over there is your added endings. So based on your manual, go ahead and build yours to match. Okay, so once you have...
Emily, you have to select the blank one?
Yes, because it took me forever to figure that out too, because sometimes it'll have it and then you have to drop, like if you, like this one, you have to have the S on the end for some words, and it's as a plural, and then the next word may be without the plural, so you have to have the blank there so you can drop it. And I'm telling you, I know this is confusing, but it's a hands-on thing. That's why I wanted you all on your computers, because you have to play with it to figure it out. And like I said, there's still tons of YouTube videos on this stuff.
There's only 16 here, but there's...
But you have to have the 3 blank tiles.
The 3 what?
The blank tiles.
You all, I gave you guys a mirror with your stuff, and so when we go back to talking about those articulatory gestures,
Mm-hmm.
and talk about hand movements and things like that, it's a really good idea to let your students have a mirror that they can see their mouth. So I highly recommend have everybody using a mirror. And those that I got, I think they were like $15 for a board or something like that on Amazon.
Okay, are y'all good on setting up the blending board? After you have everything checked that you need, then you hit the check box over here, and then everything you need is right there. If you look above the grid, there is your word chain. This portion of the slide deck of the lesson, the kids need nothing. This is you manipulating and them reading it. So the way that I do it is, at home we have the touch panels. I'm sure most schools have something similar, but in Letcher County, we all have the touchscreen board. When you put this up there, it's so easy to just walk past and tap. It's harder when you're not directly connected to it. But basically, you are changing the words, manipulating it to make a new word, and having them read the new word. So the first word on there is sick, so I have to use S-I-C-K. So the way that I do it is I put this up there and then I ask them, what word is this? Sick. And make the sounds if we need it, but like I said, make sure they are pronouncing everything correctly. Make sure that they are blending that together and pronouncing the word the way that it should be. Then if you look at the next word, It is slick. I don't say anything to them. I just do this and say, okay, what's this word? Slick. After they read it, then I'm just going to change it to the next one. What's this word? So basically, these are what are they called? Word ladders is what they've always been. This is basically just a virtual word ladder. So you just work through that list this way, and some of them are tongue twisters. Sometimes they can't see what was dropped. Like if you change a middle sound, sometimes it takes them a second to pick that up. But this is one of my favorite parts. And then if I change this, what's this word? So basically, you're just manipulating the word, and they are reading the new word. And then I like to, over here, it creates the word as you do it. But this part right here is trial and error when it comes to just setting up and using it. And then the blank box is like we talked about. You use it to take off. Like if I hit this one, it would take off the CK off of that. It'll take everything off because I clicked the wrong thing. Listen, all we have is those little Chromebooks. They don't do all this fancy stuff. They go to Google. That's all they do. And you all will get more time to practice directly with the blending board. After I go through how to implement day 1 and day 2, then at the end, we are going to give you all time to practice with somebody. So you're going to go through these steps with your grade level, I think is how we had it set up.
Okay, does anybody, questions, comments about the blending board or any of navigating the website right now? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, good job, because I don't know how to do that. And that was my next step. So that is what you're going to do for your blending drill. And like I said, just get on there and play with it. It took me forever because, like I said, it doesn't just flat out tell you how to do that in the manual. And I didn't understand the colors were the parts of the word. And just play with it. It's a lot easier once you figure it out. And that will check off your blending drill so the kids can see you are almost done with your lesson. This part is when your new concept comes in. And this is step 5 down at your manual. If you look at your manual, this is flat out scripted for you. You can teach it, but everything you need to say is right here and it's emphasized. So every time it's going to say Matt and Cat. My kids love that. I think it's hilarious. But consonant digraph, that is what we are talking about. And this says when 2 consonants come together to make one sound. And then I ask them, what is a consonant? Anything that's not a vowel. And then those 2 are coming together. They're not doing their job. They're coming together to make one sound. So we've learned about CK because CK comes together to make one sound. And then I make them tell me the picture. What is this a picture of? A duck. Where do you hear the CK sound? At the end. So the one we're going to do today is S and H. We have the S by itself, and S by itself says what? And this is a time when you want them to have mirrors. And these are your sound wall cards that you will have up there. So they have the mouth to reference, but they look at their mouth in the mirror. Did I do that? I don't know. And then I always ask them, and what's this a picture of? Sun. Then the other part of our consonant digraph is going to be what letter? H. And H as in what? What is that a picture of? Hat. And we emphasize the mouth again. Have them have their mirrors. One of the issues that I had a lot last year with a couple of mine is the second grade group. The group that's going into 3rd grade right now is your worst COVID group because they were completely virtual kindergarten, mostly virtual or completely virtual 1st grade. Trying to pick all that up in 2nd grade is hard. But with these coming up groups, everybody says, well, that's your last one you have to worry about, but it's not. Our kids that we have right now learn to talk by not seeing people's mouths. It distorts. It makes it very, very, we had trouble understanding people when their mouths were covered. Imagine learning to talk and having to learn how to, because we watch people's mouths when we talk, and we do our mouths based on theirs. So when you teach this, really draw attention to their mouths. Point to your mouth all day long. I swear I do this all day long. Watch their mouth. So S and H are going to come together to make one sound, and they say shh. It is a continuous sound, so you be dramatic with the hand motions. Have them stretch it out. Shh. You can drag it out as long as you want to, and it's not going to distort your sound. It's going to stay the same. So what is this a picture of? Sheep. Where do you hear the sh at? At the beginning. I told you I walk them through this just like this. Break it down as much as possible. SH can come at the beginning of a word. Just like this word. What word is this? Ship. I make them break it down, and you every time, whatever skill you're on, do as much as you can to draw attention to that skill in a word. So ship, ship. And make sure you enunciate the P, because sometimes we're not very clear about it, and then they giggle because they think we're saying not nice words. And then this other word, we have the word shop. Shop. And where do you hear the SH at? I told you I literally repeat this over and over and over and over, because the more exposure, the more practice, the more it's going to stick with them. So then on down, the consonant digraph SH can also come at the end of a word. So we have this word. This word is fish. Fish. Say that word. Fish. Where's the SH at? At the end. It is also like the word wish. Wish. Say the word wish. Where's the SH at? You want them to be, even though this is a verbal whole group time, or a whole group time on the carpet, you want them to be as verbal as possible. You want to give them as many opportunities to say this as possible. Their thing is not practice makes perfect, it's practice makes permanent. The more they say it, the more permanent it's going to be in their brain. So this part, you are really focusing more on that mouth movement. This is the sound wall card. If you look in that one, it has the printable sound wall. This is part of the consonant part. Still just drawing attention to that. And then they have that on the wall to refer back to. So you're really emphasizing your biting down, blowing the air out. This is the SH card that you will add up there after you teach that sound. So now from here on, when they are writing, maybe later on, maybe in a small group, maybe writing a note to a friend, and they hear a word that has sh in it, they can look back there and copy that down. Word walls are kind of outdated, irrelevant, just because a lot of times either you're teaching them and you're putting up only a few at a time, or you're putting them all up at once and they have no idea what word that is. They just see, oh, it has SH, that must be show, when it's not. So your focus more is on a sound wall, and that was another thing that, I'm pretty sure it was a requirement in our district for the longest time to have a word wall. But a sound wall, I put one up at the beginning of last year just to kind of play with it and see. And my kids, my low ones, oh my gosh, they could spell anything. And it taught them to rely more on breaking up a word into as many small chunks as you can and to build based on that. Because when you hang these up, your digraphs are going to be grouped together. Your vowels are grouped together. It's easier for them to build it. So this is when you will add up on there, and then you're focusing. This part is scripted. You're pulling the tongue towards the back of your mouth, and be sure your voice is off because it is a quiet sound. Shh. When you say shh, put your hand on your throat. That's what I make mine do. People probably think we're choking all the time. Do you feel your vocal cords? Shh. It's a non-voice sound, and it's stretchable. Shh. Make sure they're not saying sh. We don't want sh. We chop our schwa off. Shh. And then you're going to add it up here. This page, let's write together. There's different ways that you can do this, but they need something to write. And in primary, especially the lower grade you go, they need primary lines. They need to know how to form their letters correctly. I'm sorry, there's not 10 ways to make an A. An A needs to be written one way, the standard way. We cannot start at the bottom and go up. They need to start at the top and go down. These kids have never seen explicit handwriting modeled, and they need it. We are required to teach cursive. Cursive is in our standard. I can't teach my kids to make a cursive A if they've learned to start at the bottom and do this and draw a stick over here. It sets them up for failure. They need one way to write it, and this is your time to model it. When you're doing the kindergarten lessons at the beginning, it walks you through explicitly the handwriting, and it has the little GIF video things that show you, so they have it as a reference up here. But on this page specifically, you are only practicing SH. You're not building a word, nothing else. You're just practicing SH. You're going to show them. We start on the dotted line. We go around and touch the bottom. Our H, we go down, come to the dotted line, and go down. And then there's the page that has the exact wording and terminology that you use. But I cannot stress to you all how important handwriting is. And you don't see it until you're in later grades. Handwriting is such an important thing, and kids knowing how to sit. When you sit to write, you need to be on your bottom in a chair with your feet on the floor, your pencil sitting up straight. That is a key part. If they're slopped, laying every which way, they're not going to learn it. That is a big portion of it, and it's something that causes the kids a lot of struggle. I cannot emphasize enough how important handwriting is. This portion, it's going to flash a word, and you're watching me read it. And as I read it, I'm breaking it into sounds again and reading it as a whole word. So if I see this word, I'm going to do sh, d, put it together, shed. And then we're going to read these words together. So as they pop up one at a time, together we're going to break them down into their smallest sounds and then blend it together to make the word. So let's look at this one. Let's break it down. Sh, ah, p, put it together. Sh, and then I go through the whole thing, and then it's got one side, and then there's a couple more on there. You're focusing on the sounds, making sure they're making the sound, and again, being repetitive. One thing I love about UFly is every component, every word you see, every sentence on here, every direction they give you is intentional. They're not just doing stuff to be frilly or to shove this here or there. As you can see, it's not some bright, colorful presentation. It's straight to the point. Everything they do is so intentional. And like I said, it has a few more on there. And just focus on breaking it and building it and blending it. Now, watch me spell. I'm going to have a word. I think yours is, ship. So I'd say, okay, I want to write the word ship. Let's break it down. Shh. We know what says shh. S-H. So you're going to write that. Again, you're modeling that handwriting. S-H. I, which is I, and then emphasize it's I, not I, and then P. So what's my final sound? P. Then you are going to spell together. So the next word it has is shin. So together we would do this part. Shin, what's the first sound you hear?
S-H.
S-H. So you would have your board and write S-H, I, we hear I, and then N. And this, like I said, you're still focusing on handwriting. This part, they recommend, there's not a specific thing to use. You can use whiteboards, but what I do is I print off primary paper and put it in one of those like worksheet sleeve things, and they use that while they're in the floor. I have bins in the front of my classroom under my screen. One has my whiteboards, markers, all that stuff that they use. The other bin has sleeves with primary lines. I was going to bring some of this stuff for you today, but y'all, I'm not going to lie, it's still in a box shoved in the closet right now, and I can't find it. So that checks off for day one, and that's all you're going to do in day one. And I know that took us a while, but I promise you, day one especially, you can get done in 30 minutes, no problem. Day two, there's a lot more dictation when it comes to the sentences, and it is harder, especially depending on where your group is at as a whole. But that would conclude your whole schedule for day one. It has a slide at the end. Chastity inserted this little clip for you. and they do leave a space like that so you can edit and add whatever you would like to. So, do you have any questions about teaching day 1? Y'all ain't that good. I know you got questions.
Is that what you said? Always on the phone?
Yep. Carpet in my room no matter what. Everybody's on the carpet. It's my favorite time of the day. So, what is this? Oh, whose is this? This isn't mine. Is this Hacks? I love this game.
Do we want them to write these down? Or just say them out loud?
Well, we were gonna have them, well, the way it's said, we'll just say it out loud. So this is just we talked about encoding and decoding.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is a real quick, like, encoding, decoding, making sure that you know the purpose behind what you're doing and how to come back later, right? So this will take us through some scenarios. Then you're going to say, is it encoding or is it decoding? So if we were going to make the word shin, what is it? Yeah. Or make it, build it, and then whatever. Yay. Alright, next one.
For my first year teaching.
Change the N in shin to P. What word do we have now? Encoding or decoding? You're changing the N to P, so what word do we have now? Is that encoding or decoding?
Yeah, they wanted her to shut up.
Yeah, that whole what word do we have now part gives us the decoding. Yeah. So this one says change the I in ship to an O. Now tell me what word you have. And decoding, that part about them telling you the word, they're having to reread to tell you the word. Change shop to shop.
Wow.
Why? Yeah.
What'd they say?
They said encoding, and I said, why? Why is it encoding?
You have things right. You're feeling it right. But they have to know how to spell those words.
Well, if you started out with shin, we went from shin to ship to shop, so now we've got shop. We're going to change it to shot.
Because you're giving them the sound when they find the letters.
Good job, Caitlin.
Coding correspondence, right?
See,
Yeah.
y'all thought you were wrong for a second calling us last. Wow, that's why you gotta do your kids like you gotta make them think a little bit. Explain why you're right. Defend your answer.
Yeah. So now we go with encoding. Here you have, take off the T in shot. Replace it with CK. What word is it now?
Decoding.
What letter will you need to remove to make the word sock? Cause.
I have to figure out what the letters are.
Alright. And change the O. I guess it should have been 4 or 2 Anyway, we're making the O and I. What word do you get?
Decoding.
Change sick into sack. What letter did you change? That's our decoding.
Any questions about encoding or decoding?
I remember when Holly Lane was talking to us, one of the things she said is, if you are decoding, you really have to have connected phonation. You need to try to connect those sounds as much as possible, which is easy with those continuous sounds, harder with those stop sounds. If you are encoding, right, then you need to have, what did they call it? It's not connected phonation, it was segmented phonation. So you really have to segment. That's like our street this morning. Well, we wanted to strut, but really, in order to spell that correctly, we need to hear all three of those. Right. So think about that, and that may help your kids too. Because if they're trying to read, yeah, like we'll blend this all together and we'll haul these sounds out. But if they're really trying to spell, it's a little bit of a different instructional strategy that we'll need to use with them, right? Good job.
Now we're looking at day 2, which, like I said, that same lesson 45, whole thing is both days. So you're still just moving on from that. So the day 2 slide is still in that same slide deck. It's all one big slide deck for both days. And this will pop up when you finish that part so you know to stop. And you're keeping with your same skill. It gives you another schedule, different things, but it will be the same every single time on day 2. So the concept or the breakdown for this one, the new concept you'll spend about 3 minutes on because you're basically repeating everything from the day before. Then you will do the word work for about 6 minutes, the heart words for about 6 minutes, and then your connected text, which is your decodable, for about 15 minutes. So, new concept review. So remember, when 2 consonants come together to make one sound, we call that a digraph. A consonant is anything that's not a vowel, and it comes together to make one sound. So we learned about this one. I think this was the lesson prior to this one. CK is a consonant digraph. C and K come together to make what sound? As in what? Duck. So we were learning S and H. We have S by itself says what? As in? And then H says what? And remember, make sure they're not as in what? Hat. And when we put them together, they come together to make one sound, and SH together says what? Shh. And then draw back attention to that mouth again. Bite down, tongue back. Shh. And we have a picture of a what? Sheep. SH, remember, can come at the beginning of a word. These are the same slides as it was the day before. So this time I let them read it. What is this first word? Ship. Next one is what? Shop. And I let them kind of read it as one word because the day before we focused on breaking it. So they've seen the parts and they're going to put it together to read it. SH, remember, can also come at the end of a word. And what word is this? And this is? So draw attention back to your sound wall again. SH, the sheep, the mouth movement, and the card that you add up on there. So we are going to read these words together, and when we do it on day 2, I don't focus as much on breaking it into sounds because now that they've had some exposure, you need to focus on kind of having them blend it more. But if they are having trouble reading it, then go back and break into sounds. Sometimes it's just a certain word that throws them off. Sometimes it's just the skill in general that they need that extra practice, but you can gauge this based on your kids, what they need. So this first word is what?
Shop.
Fresh. Now if you had that last word, fresh. Some kids are going to say that because all these other ones are 4-letter words, so that's a 5-letter word. Some kids panic as soon as they see that. Another issue that we have that it's hard just because of our accent, the way that we talk, is E and I, short E and short I. And if you're in primary, you see it, E and eh, because we don't always say eh. Like if we're talking about writing and we need a pen, we say a pen, not a pen. So they may see that and say frish, because the E, sometimes the way that we say it more with an I. So then you may want to break it down and say, okay, let's go back and look at that. Let's break it into sounds. sh, fresh, and then have them do it. If they're really struggling, I'll make them stop. Sometimes just a simple repetition, but sometimes I'll stop completely and say, okay, listen to me, watch my mouth, and do it, and then go back. But like I said, do it as many times as they need it. Do it until they get it right. The more they're doing it, the more they're getting it right, the more that skill is going to stick. So then that checks off the first part. The next part is the word work. You, on your screen, are going to pull up the word work map. They need their whiteboard and a marker. Okay? So grab your whiteboard and a marker, and I will pull this one up. Maybe. It's you'll find it at the same place that you found everything else. It's the I can never do it. Okay, there are 2 different word work mats based off of your kids. If you are kindergarten, probably some of the first grade. I've not looked at a ton of the first grade lessons yet. The beginner one, I think, is just the alphabet, and then the intermediate is when it has more sounds to it. Okay. This is another one that's easier when you have your touch screen, because the way that this one works is instead of clicking, you're dragging your pieces. In my classroom, I actually printed this out, and my kids have this in a sleeve because you're focusing again. This is basically like El Conan boxes. And if they're just writing it on the board, it's harder for them to group it as a sound. So if they have that, they can group them as sounds. Makes it a little easier for them. So you would have this up on your screen. They would have their whiteboard and marker. Like I said, mine still on the carpet, still right in front of the screen. This one, unlike the blending board where you have to go through and pick the letters, you don't. It's like this every time. You just get on and do it. If you look at your manual on step 6, this is another word chain or word ladder. This is just a different way of doing it. And you can do this other ways. Some of them, especially if you're kindergarten, by 2nd grade I don't do it as much. This is kind of a good time for you to use your magnetic letters too.
So in kindergarten, this is where you would use your magnetic boards.
Yes.
You would have your board and your letters, and you can pick the letters and put it in the boxes.
Yes. This.
Everybody wants to have their own material.
Yes. This too, it will tell you in your manual whether you can use the manipulative letters or sometimes it'll just go ahead and tell you to use a board, because once you get to harder concepts, like if we're doing long E and it's EE on here, you only have one of each letter. So I can't build EE words with that. Or if I'm doing SH and I needed another S on the end of a word to make it plural, I only have one S. I can't do that. So I prefer it in 2nd grade. I only use these pretty much during RTI, small group, that kind of thing. And then I focus more on writing, because by the time they come to me, even if they are behind, they're at the point that they need that writing. It's kind of a non-negotiable at that point. And then that for me is during a small group setting when they can focus more. So the way that you generally do this is basically the way that Hack did it with you all when you were figuring out whether it was decoding or encoding. So I'm going to start with the word shin. So, no, sorry. Chastity, I broke it.
She's using my computer.
She's
not used to it.
Y'all need sorry little district Chromebooks that cannot do anything except get on Google. I don't do this high-tech stuff.
You tell me what letters.
Okay, you're building the word shin. That's your first one. So I would tell them, write the word shin. And when you're doing that, focus on your sounds. Sh, I, n, shin. So they would either build it or write the word shin. And then I normally ask them, how did you spell it? Have them tell you, and emphasize that the S and the H go together. Don't put S and then H, because you don't want to separate that. It's a digraph, they go together in one box. Shin. Okay, now I want you to change it to ship. Ship. Shh. ship. And then,
So now with this one, would you like sit like this and let the kids do it first and then
Yes.
do it with your mat?
yes. So I give them a second, build the word ship, and just go over the sound. I mean, go right in front of me on the floor. So if it's one that they're struggling with, I just take a couple minutes and just keep making the sound sh, sh, and then I ask them, what did you change to make this word ship? And they'll tell you, I changed the N to a P. So we'll build it on here, and I'll say, okay, now I want you to change your I to an O. And on this, I really emphasize too, because you'll have some that can't stand it. They love those dry erase markers. They're going to rewrite that same word 12 times because they just love them. And I try to emphasize to them, don't erase your word. Only erase what you want to change. Only erase what you want to change, and every time it doesn't matter. But you want them to not erase the whole word, to only erase the part that they change. So we're changing our I to an O. What's our new word? Shop. So now you're going to change that. I want you to make the word shot. Shot. Okay, so how do we change shop to shot? Change your P to a T, and you just work through this. You want to stay at a decent pace, and like I said, anytime they're struggling, break it down into the smallest number of sounds that you can, and make sure they're hearing every sound and building from there.
And if you're looking and when you're doing this whole group and you see that you have some of your kids that are off task and just writing anything, things like that, because you're going to have that, then you can hold accountable and say, okay, on the count of 3, everybody hold their boards up. I want to see their words. So after you make shot and say, okay, 1, 2, 3, show your boards. So let's try that. So let's go ahead and do that with the next. Go ahead and give us the next.
Okay. Change shop to shock. And CK is the lesson before this one, so that is knowledge that they would already have.
No, we haven't said 1, 2, 3 yet.
That's how it is. That's how it is.
Okay, on the count of 1, 2, 3, show your boards. 1, 2. You got it. But you know what? If the class does it,
It's realistic.
That is a teacher problem. I did not go over my classroom procedures and routines. So that is to be established in the first few days of school.
And I'm going to tell you something else I do with this, especially towards the end of the year. But I'm 2nd grade. The focus for my kids shouldn't necessarily be on handwriting, because our 2nd grade standards for handwriting, my kids need to know cursive alphabet and their name. But, of course, we do have to focus on it because it is a struggle. But I do not tolerate backwards letters. I cannot do it. And I'll go through and walk around and be like, oh, I see a backwards letter somewhere. And then I'm like, okay, we have our alphabet up here. You've got an alphabet in front of you. You've got your sound wall. Look and see if you've got a backwards letter. Look and see if you got a backwards letter. And it kind of encourages self-correction as well. So that is another portion. And I know it seems impossible because we are trying to stick to that 30-minute block. But as your routine sets in, because every lesson is the same, I promise you it's a lot easier than it sounds. So do you have any questions about the word work portion? Alright, so that is checked off, and now we are on to heart words. Like I think Hack talked about earlier, the whole concept of sight word lists is not really necessary because a lot of our sight words are decodable. We're taught that they're not, but a lot of them are. So the point of heart words is to focus on the ones that are not decodable or are only temporarily unable for them to be read until they learn that pattern, and to help them focus on that rather than a list of 100 words that are kind of irrelevant to them. Heart words are something that, heart words have been around for a while, I know that. I didn't use them a ton, but I know our kindergarten, didn't we have the bulletin board in the hallway with the heart words on it? proof it. Also, somebody had the bulletin board in the hallway because I'd always see kindergarten out there, and it had their heart words on it. And once I really got the hang of this, it made a big difference. When you pull up your heart words slide, every single one, the like header slide is always going to say the word said on it, like the other one always has Matt and Cap. So by the end of the year, your children will be spelling the word said. It's going to start with review, and it's going to pull in ones from prior that they already know. And there's a couple different ways to do this. This box down at the bottom is editable, meaning if you wanted to, you can pull this box over top of that and hide the boxes and hearts and have them do it. I take it off just because where I started this mid-year and heart words were new to me. I didn't keep it up there. But you just emphasize that the box, if it has a box, it's doing its job. If it's the heart, you have to remember in your heart because it's not following the rules. So you have to remember that part. So this word is your, say your. And then I focus on spelling it. And then who has the heart? O-U-R. And then I just have them write it over and over as practice. Your routine will kind of vary just depending on what you like and what your kids need. But you just always want to emphasize who's not doing their job, that we have to remember them. And like I said, you can pull the box over top. I think some of these, yeah, it had them up there. I don't like them. I pulled it down. But I left them up there as an example. If it has an underline, it is temporarily a heart word, meaning at some point they're going to learn. It's just not a phonics skill that they have came in contact with yet. And then after they learn that, then it will no longer be a heart to them because they will understand why it's there. It just goes for other phonics skills.
It's like the temporarily irregular are words, they do have a rule, they're just not a common rule that not everyone is familiar with. So that's why it's temporary. And once they get on and know that rule, then it will no longer be irregular because they can use that rule in the country.
You find the scope of secrets is really strong, so they know exactly which rules haven't been taught yet, and they actually knew some of those.
Everything in this program, I'm telling you, is extremely intentional and very well thought out. It's not,
Back to the research and the evidence base that they use, because like the explicit instruction is number one up here for being effective. And what is explicit instruction? It's systematic, sequential, and intentional.
Their scope and sequence too. I'll talk about it some more in a minute after we finish this part. But even that is very intentional because some of the skills like for second grade that we taught at the beginning of the year are pushed until the end of the year. And there's reasonings behind all of it. But basically they go from most common to least common, which makes a lot more sense than the way that we have always been taught it. Let's spell together. You're practicing those words you just showed them and you have them in your manual. And then you are going to teach them a new one. I think there's normally a couple. This one has two. It has she and we. A lot of the times there'll be at least one of them that aligns with your phonics skills. So we learned SH, so they would already know SH, and that's why it has the line under it, is because that's a skill that they just learned. So and then we would add the E, and then, like I said, this one kind of varies, just how you teach heart words and sight words. We just practice it some more, and then you just spell them. And then what I like to do in this part is because those, like this is a second grade lesson, she and we, a lot of times they can already spell, or they pick up on it really quick. So when it's this part, I just throw in like some previous review words. Like last year, the one that stumped mine was February. And so I would make them write February over and over again because it is a heart word in this lesson. And it's one that they need to know because they still read it wrong on the calendar. So if it's something that they get, then I throw in some old heart words, but are heart words that have been taught, and go with it. And then the concept of a word wall, like I said, is kind of outdated in the concept of just take whatever 100 sight words or your level and shove them up on the wall. But what I think I'm going to do is as I teach my heart words, I'm going to stick them up on the wall as a reference. Because they do, in the printables where it has the sound wall cards, it has printable heart word cards as flashcards. So I'm going to make sure to display those as I teach them to as a reference. So do you have any questions so far?
Does the flashcards have the heart on?
It's just like those. Has the hearts, the boxes, all that part.
Are you gonna put them as separate from your sidewalk?
Better than go on the back of my door because I have nowhere else to put. I'm working on getting the rest of them up, but they don't. I'm afraid because I put my secret stories on my big back wall, and then I've got both sound walls up there, and I don't want it to be too much. So I think I'll stick them on the back of my door. That way it's still close, but. All right, last part is the connected text, which is the decodable text. So if you go back to the, well, I guess we'll get to that part in a second. This part, let's read together. They're still on the carpet right there with you. I use my pointer for this. And we go through and read it one word at a time. And then we go through and read it as a fluent sentence. And in second grade, a big part of fluency in general, though, is not just reading a word. Word calling is not fluent. It's not what they need. They need accuracy, they need expression, they need rate. Robot reading cannot do it. So after they read it and they get the words, then we read it and we say, which punctuation is something that's already been taught by the time they come to me, and I'll say, okay, well, what does this end with? A period. Do we have to raise our voice or do we have to say it loud? Nope, we read it normal. So then we go through and we read it together. She goes to the shop at 10. And make sure, like I said, also I can't hear, but on our little screens in our classroom, I have a pointer, and I make sure to point to every word as I say it. That way they're getting that correlation. And then you can read it more than once. And I always, after it comes up, I'll say, okay, do you see an SH word in there? Do you see a sh? And they'll point those out. And I didn't even ask what they say, but I see that heart word in there too. Goes was a heart word. She was a heart word. And they'll connect those two. So it helps them feel like what they're learning is useful. They're seeing it over and over again. And then we'll give you another sentence. And then, like, for me, I would draw attention. Okay, what's at the end of this sentence? A question mark. If I'm reading a question, do I say, are we in a rush to get to the bash? No, we lift our voice at the end. Are we in a rush to get to the bash? So I tie in that part too, which, like I said, in second grade is very important. That's one of the things we really work on. So it gives you those to read together, and then let's spell together. And this is, let me look up my manual. Number 8, connected text. It's on the right-hand side. The read, those are the sentences we just read together. And then spell, those are the ones that we are writing together. So you can do this a couple different ways. You can be the one writing and breaking it down and doing it, or like my kids, by the time they're in second grade, are far enough along that we can do it together. But like, I'll read them the first sentence. Okay, the first sentence we're going to write is, we went on a ship. Let's say it together. We went on a ship. Let's count our words. We went on a ship. How many words? 5. So, like I said, get them the lines, print them out, put them in a sleeve, put them in a page protector, do something. Have them. Another thing, too, that I have noticed is if your children are using a whiteboard and a marker, skinny markers only. I know the fat expos are what we get because, they're luxury. It interferes with their grip. I can tell the difference when I get a group of kids who in lower primary use fat markers only, because they have a lot more trouble with the fine motor of holding a pencil and writing. So if you are able to get the skinny markers, I know we get what we get because I'm not buying more than that, but you need that more than anything. So 5 words, we knew that. And then some people do the lines. Okay, draw 5 lines, put a word on each line. And then for mine, I always touch on, okay, well, you've written your sentence. Let's think. What goes at the beginning of a sentence? A capital letter. Do you have a capital? What goes in between each word? A finger space. Do you have a finger space? We have punctuation at the end. Do you have a punctuation at the end? And I tie in grammar as much as I can too, because Lord knows I do not have time for that any other time of the day. And then I also remind mine, like I said, I'm picky about handwriting. I tell them if I can't read it, it's wrong. I don't care what it says. If I can't read it, it's wrong. So it's a time to enforce that. But like I said, you are modeling that for them. you draw attention to when you write your own handwriting. Make sure you are showing top and bottom line, dotted line, finger spaces, neat handwriting. They need to see that. If they're not seeing that, you can't just tell them a T touches top and bottom line. That makes no sense to them. They need to see you doing it over and over. They need the practice, the repetition. Keep doing it, modeling it, and then write it. I give them a moment to write it, and then I say, okay, the first word was what? We, that was a heart word. How did we spell it? W-E. It was the beginning. I need my capital. Finger space, the next word was went. How did you spell went? And I break it down the entire thing like that. And that's why this part is the one part that gets me, because I focus on it, like I said, as much as grammar and as much as the writing as I can when I come to this, because second graders really struggle to form a sentence. And they struggle with what a sentence looks like. And so I draw a lot of attention to that. And they say the connected text in general is 15 minutes. You good, Jade? If you are running out of time, then don't do all the sentences. So I will normally focus good on one sentence. Normally I'll have time to tie in the second sentence. But if you don't have time for all three, that's okay. Eventually when you get in your routine and your kids get more solid, you will. So you would practice that together, and then comes in your decodable text. This is found on the page where you clicked your lesson, and it had the home. Chassie, I'm going to break it again.
Put that link in that resource folder for you guys too. That it's on the website, but it's also in there, and you can just print them all out, I believe.
It's on this. So if I go to my digraphs down here, I am lesson 45. I click the decodable passage, and this is the one that comes up for that lesson. And there are different ways that you can do this, and I do it differently based on how my kids are reacting to a skill. If you notice, does it have a picture? No, because the worst thing you can tell a child when they can't read is look at the picture, because they're not learning to read. They're learning to look at a picture. The worst thing to do is tell them to guess. They're not learning anything. We're focusing purely on words. And the tie into comprehension is if we read that and you comprehend it, you can draw the picture. You have that correlation. Your kids can do that. So I print this out and give it to them. And during this time, I give them a highlighter, and I give them like literally 2 or 3 minutes, and I say, okay, our phonics skill is what? SH. The title is The Ship. You have 2 minutes to highlight every SH word that you can. It can be anywhere in there. It can be the beginning or the end, like we talked about, but the S and the H have to be touching it in that order, because they see the word has. Well, there's an S and an H, but it's not in the right order, and they're not touching. So whatever your seal is, emphasize that. And that gives them a moment to pre-read the text. And I talk about at that time, you don't have to read it. You're just skimming through with your eyeballs and looking for those words, because we really want to draw attention to them so that when we do read it, they're highlighted, they're noted, they know. And it gives them a little extra practice, and it's really good for your struggling readers, because they're the ones who need these skills the most. And they're less likely to panic when they come to that word, because they've picked it out ahead of time and they can see the skill in it and they can read it easier. So I give them that time, not super long, and I tell them, it's okay as we read it. If you find another one, highlight it. It's okay. It just gives them some time. And then this is the exact same thing. It's just broken down. The paragraphs are on individual slides. And based on your group is kind of how you do this. Last year for me, this time fell during one of my pull-out times. So my low ones were pulled out at that time too for an enriching group. And my ones that were left were pretty established readers. So I would give them a moment to read it with their buddy. We talked about different ways of reading. And then we would come back together and read it and focus more on the skill. But with your other readers, you cannot even give them the passage at all if you don't want to. It's there as an option. I give it to them because I want them to have it in front of them. And like I said, I would like for them to write on it. But this up here is the same thing. So if you don't have time or you're not able to, it's right here to do. There are different methods of reading based on what your kids need. There is, of course, echo reading. I could read the first line. Look at the ship. Now you echo it, and you would say it back to me, and then we would go on. That's one method. You could do choral reading, meaning we're all going to read it together. Focus on the pace. Everybody stay together. We're going to read it. Or, of course, independent or buddy reading. But during this time, I like to do echo reading. I like for them to hear me because they learn by modeling. They do what you do. It doesn't matter if what you're doing is right or wrong. It doesn't matter what you're doing. They're doing what you're doing. So if they hear you read it, if this had an exclamation point and I read it as, look at the ship. When they read it, they're going to do the exact same thing. So focus on that. Pace yourself as you read, because I'm really bad to read fast and forget that my kids are 7 and don't go that fast. So I would just go, look at the ship. And then they would read, look at the ship. Trish and Josh jump on the ship deck. And then they would read it back to me. And then once I get to the end of one slide, then I'll say, okay, did you see your SH words? What words did you see? And I would have them point it back out to me. And then I would go on to the next slide. And I would do the same thing. Echo read it one sentence at a time. What SH words did you see? Go to the last one. Same thing. After we do that, then I will give them a moment and I tell them I pair them up. You get with your buddy. You and your buddy take turns reading it just like that. And after you do that, you draw a picture to match. And then I let them go as I see them do it. And then that's their time too, that if I know Chastity's kind of struggling over there, that I'm going to kind of hover around her and listen to her read to her buddy. But your kids, even your low readers, are going to be much more confident to read because they've already heard you read it. They heard you read it, and then they read it too. So by the time that they're reading it with the buddy, that's the third time that they're reading it. So it's already in their brain, and it builds up their confidence a lot. But like I said, this part is just dependent on you and your time. And that checks off your connected text. I think what I'm going to do more this year, because like I said, I picked this up around Christmas and just kind of ran with it last year. I don't know if we're supposed to do red folders this year again, where we're supposed to send home the books. I don't know if that's a requirement, but I'm probably just going to send that Decodable Passage instead of those Pioneer Valley books. I think that would be more useful to them.
I just want to kind of piggyback on what Emily was talking about with the connected text. And just like she said, there's so many different ways that you can do it based on your kids and your group. But whatever you do not skip this section. Mm-hmm. Because just like she said, if they read it sound by sound and they can read the words word by word, if they don't read it in sentences and that connected text, they're not going to get that fluency which builds the comprehension. Okay, so and when I was a young teacher, I was guilty of that because, like I said, I did the resource room and I did pull-out. So we were crunched for time sometimes, and because they were struggling readers, it took us longer to get through concepts. So because of that, I would get toward the end, and I was like, oh my gosh, and then I would skip this part, and then I realized that's probably that is one of the most important parts, is getting that connected, seeing how it all comes together. So just whatever you do, please do not skip this part on that.
When it comes to the 30-minute block, because day 2 is also 30 minutes, going along with that, it's not, well, I took 10 minutes here and I just, because I was late on that, I just pushed everything back. If it says 2 minutes for that section, then you need to time yourself for 2 minutes. And when that 2 minutes is up, you got to go on. That way, that's leaving you time for your other areas, rather than, oh, well, I spent 30 minutes on the first 3 parts, so that just, I don't have time for the other part. Really pace yourself. Keep a clock near you. I normally always have my watch on. My kids make fun of me because I'm always looking at it. I keep my clock where I can see it from where I'm teaching at, and really, really, really work on that pacing so that you don't have to cut out any important parts.
Once you get familiar, just like she said with practice, once you get familiar with it, you'll get it down, and your kids will get used to that pace as well. Mm-hmm. And so even your struggling kids, if you stick to that and get consistent, it'll get easier and go a lot better.
Okay, before we go on to the next part, okay, if you look at your manual, underneath It's got 8, it's got the connected text, all that. At the bottom, there are more word work chains, and then that list on the right is just more for you to practice with. So I use those when I pull whoever's struggling with this lesson back to my teacher group. These are what I use for that intervention because, like I said, every word that they choose, there's a reason behind it. It is very well thought out and intentional rather than, because I know a lot of times we're just trying to pull words off the top of our head or like Google a list to the side and give them words with a pattern. Everything you need is right here. This one's even split up if they're having trouble with the SH in the beginning. It's the one on the left. If it's final, it's the one on the right. A lot of times too, especially in the later second grades, it's broken down into syllables. So like the 1-syllable ones and then the 2-syllable ones. That way they're split up and it's easier on you. So before we go on to the next part, do you have any question about how to teach these lessons at all?
Do you put up the cards on the wall all of them at one time, or do you
I do the big picture card with the mouth on it. I like to have those up already just because by the time they come to me in second grade, they pretty much know those skills. I would rather have them up and then you add the little rectangles as you go. Like the ones, yeah, like how it had like the card with the mouth and the sheep, and then there was the second one that had SH, adding that part later. Now the consonant ones, you may want to add as you go, but the vowel valley should probably be up no matter what, and then add to that as you go. So
as before we get into the progress monitoring, so we've done it. You've sat through 2 days, so let's everybody just stand up for just a second and stretch. Y'all gonna sit for a little bit, and we're trying to push through because we want you to have time to practice, but everybody needs to stand up and stretch for just a little bit.
Okay, so we got an hour, and so the only thing left is this assessment, right? The spelling piece, and then we let them practice. Is that right?
I think so.
Okay, and you think you could get that done in like 15 minutes or less, and that'd give them about 30 to practice, and then we can talk at the last 15.
Yeah.
What is this?
She's still getting a taste of it.
And that's what was it? Banana balloon and kids too. Well, I thought it was over in that
Okay, we've got, for the last hour, go ahead and sit back down for just a little bit. Emily's going to go over the progress monitoring for spelling, and then we're going to, I was counting, there's 24 in here, so we're going to put you all in pairs, and you guys are actually going to go through and teach it to each other. We're going to give y'all just time to just go through the lessons and teach it. So, and then we'll teach it out here by 3 o'clock, okay? We're going to let you practice for a little bit, then we'll come back together, share out, talk about, because at that point you probably will have questions as you go through it, and then we'll wrap up, okay? All right, so
go around.
What comes after that? All right.
The progress monitoring.
So the next portion is the progress monitoring.
Right, guys, let's get this through. 15 minutes, and then we're going to start practicing, okay?
Like I said, spelling tests, the concept of spelling tests is outdated. Don't do them. They do these progress monitoring, which is essentially just like a dictation assessment.
Hold on just 1 second.
Okay, so we're going to do the spelling part on this, and she's going to, you all have the spelling paper. When she'll get to it in just a second, but this is what you all want to go ahead and dig this out so we can go ahead and have that ready and be ready for her when she gets to that point. Yeah, it's a half sheet.
Is that the one like we did where you have to score it?
Yeah.
Is that in here? Or is there?
It's in our slide, but I just
I don't
printed
know.
it out just so that.
Yeah, because I didn't know we had
As a
that.
sign, as a sample.
Yeah.
Okay. What page?
Oh, it's
It's a half sheet.
a half sheet that looks. There, the actual assessments that you give are $3.55 in the book and there's one for every lesson already made, so you don't have to come up with your own words.
I think this is on your scavenger hunt, I think on number 10.
What?
Parents, like, when they're used to traditional, like, what do you send a note
Yep.
explaining exactly?
I do.
Because, okay.
I put it gently because most of the parents you have are going to be, well, that's not how I learned it. And I'd say, well, I don't care.
I should have a note that just says that a spelling test where you send home words does not prove that your kid knows the concept. It just shows that they memorized 10 words for a week.
Yes.
Yeah, for that day, and like from my point of view, from the special ed teacher, I mean, it was atrocious because, we worked and worked just to get them to pass that, pass the test. And then once they take it, then they put it out of their head. So it's not doing them any good. Okay.
Yeah, I just put on there and emphasize that they'll be given an assessment on Friday, only over skills that they know. They'll be given words based on the skills that they've learned to determine whether or not they understand it. So, we know that part. Progress monitoring, does it have the, no. Okay, so 355 in your manual gives you the assessments that you're going to use for every single lesson. And they are very, very, very short and to the point. No 20-word assessments, or you get 10 words, you get 12 words, you get whatever. They are pre-made, and like I said, they are thought out. This is also a sample. The half sheet, if you just want to look at it, it's laid out basically just vertically instead of horizontally. It gives you the regular words. The regular words are your phonics words. So we were practicing SH, so those 3 words are words that assess that skill. And if you notice, it has that SH we talked about at the beginning of the word and the end of the word. So it gives them a chance to practice both. Irregular words, it gives you the 2 new heart words that they learned. And then it gives them a dictated sentence where you read it just like we did. Read it, say it, count the words, say it again, and then they write it. Is this the one that they have to score? Oh, it is. I thought it was just an example. Okay, let's figure that out. So do this first and then that, because this is the breakdown of the results of how to do it. So do this first. Or
Over time, they understand.
They
how
don't.
to count it. I mean,
I guess I'll just walk through it real quick.
because they probably don't.
They don't.
So let them do it. Like, and score it, because is that one for them to score? I can't remember. Are they misspelled? Is some of them misspelled on there?
Yeah, like they put brush.
Okay, so you've explained to them how to score.
I'll go over it real quick.
So, we're gonna do, one lesson for today, one lesson for today, do the assessment Friday.
Yes. Yes. And they're both really short. So, if you look at this half sheet, the top, the orange rectangle is what you would see in your manual as the assessment for that lesson. Your 3 words would be ship, wish, brush. The heart words, they would be spelling she and we. Your dictated sentence is, did you shut the trash can? Shut and trash are bold, because those are your words that have your SH pattern in them. Down here are 2 examples of student work. When you score them, you break it down based on parts. Just because they spelled the word wrong doesn't mean you mark the whole word wrong, because you're looking at the parts. Like if you, the 3rd word that they're supposed to spell on here is brush. If you look at sample 2 over here, they spelled it B-U-S-H. So I wouldn't just put an X on it, because our skill was SH and they used SH correctly. They put it at the end. They missed the R, so that may be a skill I need to maybe pull that child for RTI at some point later on and work with. But your score is not just a direct check or X. you score based on what they got correct from the letter. You're looking more, or from the words, you're looking more at the parts and the breakdown rather than the word. So, I will give you a moment to go through and score these as you would. It says on the bottom, new concept points. How many times did they use SH correctly? Total points is how many they got in all, and then that's also broken down for you in that top one at the end. Total points, you're counting the words in the sentence and then the words above it.
So the words in the sentence don't count for your new concept?
Only the bold ones. Like if you see that top orange box where it has like shut and trash and bold, that counts as new concept, only those two words. Don't they? That's what I count.
So how do you, just those two words?
No, those and then the 3 regular words.
So not your irregular?
I don't count those as the new skill.
Okay.
Because I'm focusing more on the phonics skill. What is it? The total is
Concept points is how many times they get the SH correct, right?
yes.
Okay, but how do you get the
Total points is every word. So like
if
that's
they miss a word?
so if they miss the word as a whole, it's just out.
If they miss a word,
Like if they miss the word, then it's just not counted as a total point. If you only count it as a total point if they get the word right.
They have 5 opportunities to use SH correct,
Yes.
but they did not hear, so that.
Yes.
on this one, there's like 6 instances where they can have the SH.
They don't count it as a heart word.
Oh, they don't count the heart
Yeah,
word?
the heart word doesn't
Okay,
count.
so that would be cool.
It's more coincidental, I guess, that it just so happens that one is a. I'm glad you brought that up though, because this is the one they gave us in the training, and that was our other question too. Yeah, that was a good question. If you look in the box for sample 1, when you score it based on new concept, it says out of 5. If you look though, there are.
Hold up just a second. We got a good question. It may be helpful for everybody.
If you look, new concept points, it's basing it out of 5. There were 5 opportunities to use SH correctly. If you look, there are 6. The heart word one doesn't count because it's more just a coincidence that your heart word had an SH in it. Because your heart word may not always follow a pattern. That's not the primary focus here. You're looking more, did they use it right at the top, and did they use it right in the sentence? Because not all the time are you going to have it there.
And you may or may not be finished with that, and that's okay, but we're gonna go ahead and go, talk about that and move on, because again, we want you all to have time to practice, and then, we also want to get y'all out of here on time. So, if you have questions or anything about the spelling and assessment, we'll talk about that in just a little bit.
Okay, you can then group your kids the next week based on their scores. You know, if I'm looking at this and maybe Evelyn missed all her SH words, then I would know to pull her and go back to that list how it had the extra words on the side, pull those with her. Maybe she got all the ones that were at the end wrong. She can't do SH at the end. So I would target that with her and any other kid that struggled. But maybe if Caitlin struggled more with just her irregular words, I could pull her and do some heart word practice as a review. But you'll also see those words in some of the later lessons, they'll pop up again. If somebody struggled with the sentence, the dictated sentence part, then you would pull them and just do their small group time based on that. And that's why they do just the 30-minute pull-out block rather than stations. It's just fluid based on how they performed on that last assessment. This is just an example of a breakdown of how they pull them and how often they pull them. One thing I really liked about UFly is when they showed us, pulling a group and pulling your low ones. Any other series we get, when it talks about pulling your low kids, they're talking about 3 kids. Theirs are only realistic if you have 3 kids below. When they did their presentation with us and they showed us the class breakdown, and they went based on dibbles, blue being the highest, green on level, yellow below, red at the bottom. The class list they showed had over 20 kids, and over half of them were labeled as red or yellow. So it made it so much more realistic because we're more likely to see that than, having most everybody on level or above. So it made it so much more realistic and made me feel like I could do it more because it felt like it applied to my kids in my class more. But this is just an example of a breakdown. When you pull them, like I said, it's not a permanent group. I may pull 2 this day. The next time, I may pull 3 different kids for that same problem. Maybe that one kid will stay from it, and then I'll pull a couple other ones. It's just fluid based on how they do, and you don't pull them for a set amount of time. Or for like a regular, standard center amount of time, how we did a 15-minute center. Just because they're back there, they don't have to be back there for 15 minutes. It may only take, some sections 5 to 8 minutes, 2 to 3 times a day. It gives you this example as a breakdown, and it kind of guides you more on how to do that. But that's also going to vary based on your class sizes and your class as a whole. I had 13 kids last year. Do you know how easy it was to do this stuff? I had all day long. Most of my kids, the kids that did show up will be about a solid 7 or 8 of them, and out of those, 2 of them were low. The rest were on level or above. So that's where most of my practice with this came from, and that I had a lot of wiggle room to really enforce it and get in there. This year I have 28. It's not going to be as easy. It's going to take more practice. It's going to take more just on my part to play with it and get it to work. Manual. 18, page 18 is that chart. Okay. This chart, though, is also in the front of your manual, and it's basically just another breakdown of when to pull, how often. Like, basically, she gave that assessment to these kids. Here's how often she would pull them.
Beneficial, just because I know scheduling and grouping is very, very difficult, but again, it's in your manual, and it will help you get it out on for yourself for that.
And then we already talked about this. All your pre-made slides are there. Everything you need is right there. Just get on that website and play. That's pretty much the best advice. Just like we say, they learn by repetition and doing it, so do we. You'll get better at this by doing it, by playing with it, by getting on the website and practicing. And this is just basically exactly everything that you'll find on that website. I don't know what that means, but I agree. I agree with it.
So I love this picture because that probably is how y'all feel right now. Like you just had all this information just flooded you in the face. And then, so now we're going to give you guys the opportunity to practice. And with that, we've got some music that we're going to play in the background. So it's kind of intentional on some of it would kind of describe like how you've been feeling, so we've got like, I'll read them just because I think they're fun, but it's kind of like the emotions of the day that you've been through, but at the end, once you get through, like Emily said, you'll love it and it'll be very beneficial for you. So you would start out, and we do have pictures too. Slides first.
Does this go the next one? Oh, that's the...
Go ahead and then we'll let them count. So it's like this one, this morning, probably took your breath away. And then after that, then you're going to go, and then you want to bang your head against the wall because it's so frustrating. And then, then you have this sense of urgency, like you want, just all this anxiety of getting it done. But then,
I'm hitting the button. Okay.
Don't stop believing. Just keep the course, keep the pace, and you will see the results. So we're just going to play those in the background while you guys practice. And then I guess now you can go back to those things. And you can look in your manuals or do the QR code up here. You can pick what grade level that you want to do. the QR codes will take you to a lesson to the specific grade level. I would like, there are 24 people in here. I thought about a couple of different ways of how to pair you all up, but it's not, I want you all to at least, how many kindergarten people do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Okay, so you 6, you pair up together, but not like just you pair up together. 2, 4, 6. I should have had 3 groups, right? There's 6. So you go ahead, pair up with right now. Go ahead and do that. And you can move around the room and get at a different table or whatever. How many first grades do I have? 1, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. So you guys pair up. And so we should have 4 groups of 2. So there's 8 of you. So you guys pair up. And then second and third, or second.
Yeah, we have third over there on third grade team.
Second and third, or third. Okay, so the rest of you guys just pair up with somebody. You should have a pair. Everybody should be paired. Okay.
And please ask questions.
You guys can come to this table if you need some space. And we'll be around to help you kind of get started and go through. We want you to go through and practice this. But we're going to give
Question.
about.
Okay, so like each lesson's 2 days. You got day 1 and day 2. So then, so that'd be like Monday and Tuesday. Then on Wednesday and Thursday, I'm going to teach a new sound. And then on Friday is my assessment day. Am I going to give assessment on both sounds on Friday? Right?
Which, the way you do it too is, it's customizable, I guess. Like if you think you would rather do like, move your assessment day to like Wednesday and do like Monday and Tuesday and then assess over that and then Wednesday and Thursday, or Thursday and Friday, and go that way. But I did it that way, and where you're not given a full-blown spelling test, it's a whopping 10 words.
Kindergarten, we don't do spelling tests anyway, so.
Like it's kind of, and like you could even do this in small group.
Yeah.
Like if you knew they had it,
Yeah.
you may not even want to assess them, or you may just do like the hard words or something.
Yeah.
But you may pull like your ones specifically that are struggling and do it with you too. I promise it's not as overwhelming as it sounds.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of what we do anyway. I mean, it's not really anything that we don't do in kindergarten.
Yeah, it's just laid out a different way.
Yeah.
It's just much better for us because we had no good blanks to use.
Yeah. See, I mean, as kindergarten, it's kind of what we do on a daily basis. So
pretty much, yeah.
But you know, like I don't use a sound wall. So
Yeah.
you know, that's a learning curve for me.
It's different. It took me a while to get hold of it. Huh?
You just prepared to answer all my questions. Why bother you? I've literally been sitting here making so many extra notes.
Listen, you should see
I have
mine.
a question. So after you do the PowerPoint and all that stuff, you do reinforcement activity.
No, that is your enforcement activity.
So your reinforcement could be a small group, technically. What are the other ones doing? Yes, that's my
I do, must do, may do.
What?
I do, must do. I'm gonna make this stop talking.
I love that thing. That could be so good.
You know our things have these? Our boards that we have, our smart boards, they have these.
That'd be so nifty if you had a kid that couldn't
They
hear
come with
well.
them.
Like I couldn't hear you until you put that on.
They come with them. Our smart boards do.
Wow.
Because we had trouble. Ours connected to each other's board. So like, I may be talking, but it'd be coming through Spanish.
But anyway, so what are your kids doing while you're
Okay, you can do different things. Like if it's day 2, you may give the other kids the decodables and have them read
is that
while
when you do the decodable?
You can. It's you teach the codable whole group like that, and then what you do from there on out. Like I do that sometimes, but mine do. I have like a chart, and I'll show it to you. It's like a must do, and everybody has something they have to do every day, and it's different based on abilities. Like some of them do. Everybody every day reads a book to a mirror. That's their fluency. They have to. And then most days it's some sort of word work activity. Like I may take some of those words from over here and put them on a list in their folder. And like, you know, they may have activities to do with that. But like my higher ones that are like good on this stuff, I give them writing. They work on their opinion pieces and stuff during that time. So literally it's just up to however you want to do it. You can do like you don't have enough time to do centers, but basically pick the valuable activities from it, and they can do that. Like I do, they have to read to a mirror, and then normally I'll assign a book on Epic with a quiz. They may do that. I'll pull it up tomorrow or whenever and show you because I have it. I think I showed you, didn't I?
Aren't they supposed to do like 20 minutes a day of a mirror anyways or something?
I don't know. Who cares?
I don't know what the requirements are. I'm sick of center.
I'm telling you,
it's so much time and
I have so much time left in my day. After I kick centers out, I was like, oh my gosh. It's like, because you feel like you rush all day long to get it. And then that one group always gets shorted because it's interfering with everything. And you don't need every group every day. You don't need to see every group every day.
No, I never did. But I was trying to get
So
everything
this
done.
literally just focuses on.
So basically, it'd be like if you split your centers up and instead of doing, say, 4 or 5 centers, you do 2 or 3 center type activities. You know what I'm saying? Like, kind of. But you give them options so that if you get one done, okay. But if you get all 3 done,
I do. Okay.
Or if you have kids that need to work on comprehension, give them comprehension. If these kids need fluency, give them fluency. If these kids need writing, give them writing.
Like the must do is always a mirror and then one other activity normally. And after they get both of those done, it's on a check sheet in their folder. And after they check those off, then on the board I have their extras. They may want to keep reading to a mirror. They may want to get a book at the library. They may want to get on Epic and listen to books. They may want to get on Storyline. They may want to read with a buddy. They may want to get on Prodigy Reading. Yeah, Epic or Teach a Monster, ABC.
What do you do to teach, like, you know, text features?
That's stuff like that. That's where HMH is supposed to be. This is purely.
So you would do this in HMH to like teach like
Really just phonics. It's just how to read.
So you would do the reading lessons from that, just not focus on the phonics part.
Which I don't use it anyway.
So what did you do then?
I bought a bundle of teachers for our comprehension, the rooted and reading. I don't think anybody uses HMH in my school.
Really?
We hate it.
I actually liked it, like, but I had to like search the book to do
I like the
planning.
comprehension part of it.
It's not.
I like the read aloud.
Ours has some really, and I love that the kid workbooks have the stories in it.
Yeah.
And that may be something you want
I
to
just
do.
hated the spelling part.
That may be something you want to do, like your must-do, may-do time. Some of your kids, you may be able to tell them, get your story of the week out and read that. And it has like, I know ours have like a question or two afterwards.
Yeah.
They may be doing something more, that may be their fluency. Because they could even get on, what is it, Flipgrid. Because we were going to do that before we had a mirror, just have them read the Flipgrid and record it, and then.
Is there an easier way to find these lessons? Like, I just had to flip through and find lesson 35A. Is there like a place that tells you what page your lessons are on? Because I'm not seeing it.
I think just your scope and sequence. I would. Yours looks about like mine. Okay. You just have to flip through based on the number, I guess. That's how I do it. But
Okay, so you just flip through to find lesson 35A. Like, if there's no page number that tells you to go to, you just have to flip. Okay.
Which my other one.
Put your name on a post-it and throw it in.
My other manual, I just assembled. It's in a big binder, so I only have to pull it out a page at a time.
Yeah.
Because mine, the one that I have that I taught with, did not like the one with all that spiral response. I put it in
page protectors and put it in a binder. And it's nice because when I teach, I just pull those 2 pages out instead of putting in the whole manual room.
You better not be writing your name twice.
Okay, Emily. Sit on the first lesson is going to be 38, right? Okay, my next question. So 38A and 38B, that makes up 4 days. So 1 week you would do 38A. Wow. I'm going to start doing this the second day of school because I don't know how long I'm going to last. I'm going to try to get my kids in a routine. I'm really scared. I'm like, because what if I don't make it the next week? And they've not done it at all.
Which, like I said, I mean,
I'm nervous.
Pat will probably stick with it.
Yeah. I just wanted to get them down and show them the expectations. And I thought about for the first 2 days not doing this one, going back to a first grade lesson.
See, that's what this is. So these are 38.
Yeah.
It's not highlighted on the first grade, but it's the review. They've already got AI.
So I may just go back to one of those and just do that for those 2 days, just to set the routine, and then that Monday jump into the second grade, because I just want them to be in the routine of what I want, and I'm gonna have to jump into it very quick.
Yeah.
Like with some serious speed.
I would do that. I would assume Pat would follow it. I would maybe give her one of the YouTube videos as like an example. But like Pat knows me because she's always at Martha Jane.
Yeah.
So like,
well, I've left like literally directions on how to get to the slides. I figured she couldn't do the blending board. She could at least do it up on the board and write the words in a list. I mean, that's better than nothing. I don't want to overwhelm her too much. And then I put like the lesson schedule and all that. And then I wrote little notes in there of just little things. That way she don't have to like feel she needs to read the whole manual. Because if she'll do this, and then she'll literally just work on their comprehension skills or H&H, I think we'll be okay when I get back. As long as they do anything other than what Mr. Sturgill did when he taught my reading, it was terrible. It was. They didn't do anything when I was doing my stuff. They made stars on plates. He did science. He said that he skipped reading a lot for science. And my 5th grade didn't test in science. So
normally, like, first day of school, we test, like, letter sounds and all that. You still do that? You still need it.
What assessments do you do the first days?
I said Nibbles is the recommended screener. I need to talk about that. The core assessment is what you need to give. The core.
When do you do the dibbles? I guess when the window opens. That was a dumb question. Don't we have the dibbles window? Did I make that up?
Come around and give ours.
Yeah, that's our interventionist, and Carmela would do it. But
And reading recovery is the farthest thing from science and reading, but not Mason doesn't want to hear it. Reading recovery does not align with science and reading. So, also kind of be weird. Keep that in mind. This is literally, you don't give them anything other than the student book. And basically, like, this is the record form. This is your sheet. I would say. Yeah. And then there's a student page down here. Like, this is the student page. And like, they would basically start here. Letter sounds, letter sounds, letter sounds. They have to do letter, short vowels, long vowels, read it, and then you have your, this is your scoring guide. And then yep. And it goes all the way down. And you can stop here if they're missing too many. Like if they're not making it through CBC words, stop right there.
so we're throwing out word words, right?
Mm-hmm. No,
But you can replace them with hearts.
You have to put your heart words up as you teach them. But the concept of a sound wall in general.
Okay, next
Or a
question.
word wall. A word wall.
I have a question. Let me find
I
the
said you don't need the concept of a word wall. It's pretty outdated.
So should I take my word wall down and put up my sound wall instead?
Where do you put your heart word?
Well, I didn't hang them up, but I think I'm going to hang them like somewhere in my rooster.
So you said that you hang up the diagrams, the letters after you go over the lessons. But you have the cards up with the pictures, and then you hang up the actual letters underneath it.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to have your consonants already up, all of them? The second? Okay. Well, that's kind of what I thought. Okay, here. It says how frequent. Okay, do I do anything with these words really?
Those are just ones addressed, like if you wanted to. Just like all this is extra.
So I mean, if you wanted to, you could technically use them and put them up if you wanted to, but you don't need to. Like, there's no.
They're just like, they're not your focus.
Yeah. Okay.
Like definitely the ones that and the new ones, all one of those at one point, so they would get up.
Well, a lot of these you can sound out anyway.
Yeah.
So, okay. And then for the spelling assessments, do you send home like examples of words, just like, or do you send like, this week?
They're on the home letter.
Okay.
It gives. I'll show you. Like if we were doing.
Did you write that down for Pat too?
Like if you were doing.
Is that the whole practice sheet?
Yes.
I'll write that down for her.
Look at that, like that right there is what they would get. Those are some examples of words. Those are the heart words. There's some sentences to practice.
So that'll do that. So they can technically practice it.
So that's
they
their
can make them right if they really feel like they need to.
But it's not going to be good.
No, but in their brains, if they really think they need to do that.
Yes.
And then, okay. And do you send home that decodable passage?
I'm going to send it home in red folders this year.
Okay. What do you put in there? I didn't even know what a red folder was.
We had it in last year with Pioneer Valley. Basically, it's just a reading log. Where's your book every night?
So they just like fill it out themselves?
Waste, yeah.
So they either don't fill it out or they do?
Yeah, there's no prize.
They may or may not have read. Okay.
The ones that need it, they're not going to, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. Y'all good?
Yeah, it's a lot easier when you actually just doing it.
I told you, once you pull it up, it's literally just like scripted straight.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah, I have to expand on it to like go in depth. So you've understood it.
Yeah.
But I'm not joking, y'all. I picked this up and did it myself. Like, I just taught myself and went with it.
Look at me. Look at me.
That's why I like it. And there's no extra.
And it's not. We'll have just a few minutes or that makes sense. Because if you drag that out, you're going to lose them anyway.
Especially upper.
Yeah.
Like, you know, take it.
Which yours will be used to it because we did it with Haggerty. And it's a whole big 3 pages of it.
Yeah.
And they'll do like especially
So here,
especially mine and Amanda's. They'll do the hand motions and stuff. They love it. So they'll know like as you they're already used to it.
that'll make a big difference.
And then even like later on,
And then you do.
because I even do those for my first small group too. Which you can find them on teachers pages. You can and then I have the second grade Haggerty book. There's the Bridge the Gap one, which is 3rd and up, which is what I had to do before that.
Yeah.
But I'll make copies of it if you want. Like if you feel like you need more of it, you can pick out parts and make copies of it. It's an awkward size, but
We did it! I was telling her that we're just supposed to do the connected story they had up there about the ship. We actually printed that from Teachers by Teachers last year. And used it. So I was like, hey, we used that story
there's
last
a
year.
girl on there.
We used it during RTI.
Corey sent it to me before, but it's a girl on there that makes you follow like stuff to go on. There's stuff on there. And like the more you play on that side, the more there is.
Yeah. I'll be for years. Keep reading. Look at me. Look at me. Yeah. Well, listen. This is the review.
And I didn't say
Well, that's what when you said that person, I thought,
oh, but she was mad because I did like a variation of this, and she sent me this big hair. This is not how I learned, and I would appreciate it if you did it the old-fashioned way. And I wrote back and said, the old-fashioned way is ineffective. I will do it the way that I continue to do it.
old-fashioned for a reason. Because it's no longer relevant.
But you know what? After I sent a hateful letter back, she loved me ever since.
Well, because you stood up to her. She stand up to her like.
They want somebody they can be pushy with. And I'm the wrong person for that. Y'all good?
Golden girl. She knows all about this and we don't. She's helping us.
She's my neighbor in my class.
Yes. There you go. How does she use her favorite stories with her? That's what I was asking her. So
You probably do it the same way though. It just kind of comes naturally towards the end of the year. The kids are like, oh, is there a story to go with that?
Mine were used to a sound ball by the time I got secret stories and put it up. So they might not have known the stories. It's like I would tell them as I thought of it.
Yeah.
But like we didn't put them up until we got back in our school, like at Christmas.
We had a weird year. Our school was one of them that was flooded.
Yeah.
So we started at a school that wasn't even ours. So it was
like mine
everywhere.
knew like OSH, it was the two little people going like this. So like they knew that concept just because, and they were used to a sound ball in general. But it did stories. But no.
Yeah, I just got them this year, and then we seen this training last night. Emerson sent it to me, and I was like, we have to go. I was like, because
what county are you from?
We're from Harlan. Yeah, so I've wanted this for a long time, and I tried to get my principal to get it last year, and she was like, I don't know. She was like, I just don't know the research on it. But she's like kind of old school. Yeah, like she's about to retire, so.
Well, we got ours on board, and then she took over curriculum at Central.
left us.
That's what she was saying.
But she is on board with it, so she's pushing it from
That's awesome.
and that's how
Because this is like, I mean, and it works.
Question is, are the progress monitoring dictation sentences, those things online sentences? Or is it only
no, it's
in the
just
manual?
those are the manual, and they can do it like in that UFL group. People have pre-made like just like sheets they can write on, but they can do it on line paper, primary paper.
That is like it's like a gold mine.
That, and I forgot to tell them about the core screener because somebody asked, Sarah asked how to
Well, when we
I went to add that in and it wouldn't let me. But I posted it. I did post them in the drive. I don't know if you can read it.
I can put that in the drive.
I think it's in there. I don't know if it's popped up or not. But
I have a question.
So, Corphonics?
Corphonics screener. If you type it in, it's,
Google that.
yeah, that's what I did on Sarah's. But I think I put it in that drive.
You put that with picture in the drive.
Put both.
Okay.
So I'm doing
I said I did on my computer.
I don't have
Some of them just don't.
Oh, okay.
Because people ask that all the time in the group, and that's what she said. She was like, people made this for her, like their literacy college, like voluntarily made this stuff, and they have a list of edits that they're.
I mean, I wouldn't have to use this. I could use like my whiteboard and just write it. Okay.
It's just because one of them Corey doesn't use. Corey does it by hand on board.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's just, I mean, just do it as you can.
I just confused myself. And I was like, there's the thing.
I just squish them. Like if it's one on mine, I just squish them in there, and they pretty well can just catch up with it.
Yeah.
Are y'all good? I think so.
On the test.
I was used to doing that research.
Just to make sure I have this right. On Rush, the SH, they get the concept point, but they don't get the total points. Okay. That's what I did.
Which I don't score them. I just look, I'm like, oh wait, Caitlin doesn't know SH. Hey Caitlin, get back here.
And when you keep that thanks, my mom bought me this.
But this will be my first.
When you let them highlight on the Dakota board, do you let them do they highlight the whole word or just the SH?
Because you want them to draw attention to it, but you want them reading it as a
Right.
Which your all's Dakota books, I know you can really see that or not.
Right, but we get to those. We do.
Yeah, you do get to
Yeah.
But see, that's what when I started it, we were at that.
Yeah.
So I was like, I get that all the time looking at it. You know, we were used to decodables and it's seeing it.
Yes.
I was like, it's the same length, but it looks like
It's overwhelming.
yeah.
Because that's how
I started like coloring each sentence, red sentence, orange sentence, yellow sentence, so they could that helped them. So.
I make mine when we do it. Which by our time they should be reading like multi-paragraph things, but they don't. So like, I'm like, look for yours. Mine starts here. Mine ends at this word. That's yours. Like later on, we can count paragraphs. Realistically, no, we can't. Let's get from I told Pac, I forgot to bring up the core phonics screener. It's in there, but I had somebody ask me.
All right. We are going to bring it back for just a minute and try to collect all of our thoughts for today. We gave you lots of information. You've had a lot of time to discuss. And then as we were discussing, Emily and I were like, oh, did we tell them this? So just one quick little note. It would probably really help if you went to, everybody's got Facebook now, or most people do. There is a UEFL Facebook group. There's a lot of great resources in that group. If you wanted to sign up for that on Facebook, it's UEFL and then what, building? Foundations.
Yes, something like
Yeah,
that.
there are some additional resources on there. There's always some great questions that get posted, and then a lot of times you get actual, like Holly Lane herself will like comment. So it's like a lot of the contributors to that Facebook group are the people who put the program together and contributed to the program. So it's a wealth of information, and then Emily had to share.
Somebody also asked this question, which it's in the drive that you all will get access to, but as a screener, like at the beginning of the year, Dibbles is the recommended universal screener for this, but another one that I give instead, well, in conjunction with, is the core phonics screener. And some of you are familiar with this. If you do the PAST assessment, it's similar. I don't recommend the PAST because there's a big portion on rhyming, and rhyming has no indication on whether or not a child can read. So the core phonics screener, literally, if you just type it into Google, it gives you a script, basically a prompt, and they have a page in front of them they're reading off of, but it's just all verbal on their part. Like it's letter naming, letter sounds, long vowel, short vowel, and then it moves into CVC and then longer. And you can stop them. Like in kindergarten, some of them may not make it to CVC, or they may get there and start missing, and you can just stop right there. You don't have to go all the way through. But that is a good assessment. And then in that drive as well, there's a chart. So like if yours missed so many from this section, it has a correlation. They need these lessons. Here's where to look back to for an RTI block if you need it. That is in that the Google Drive that you all will get access to.
Did you all say that Acadians is Dibbles?
I don't know that one.
I do. So Acadians, the reading part of that is all Dibbles. Yeah. So if anybody's changed screeners or progress monitoring tools to Acadians, that's what Dibbles used to be. Anybody besides Michelle know about Acadians? We're going to take like a minute, and I'm going to be Maury Povich, and we're going to find out who the daddy is. And we're hopefully going to talk show style and find out some takeaways. I'm going to give you just a random question. I want you to talk maybe at your table first, and then we're going to come around and let's have some share outs. Let's see if we can get some people talking. Otherwise, we'll be here all night. Don't you just hate that? It'll be good. But the first question is, what do you like about UEFL? And I always like it better if I get to talk to somebody before I have to talk out loud. So if you want to share just real quickly at the table with somebody, what are your thoughts and what do you like about UEFL? Take about, 1 minute?
What do you
We think that it's yeah, but it's easy. Like I know this is overwhelming. I kid you not, I bought this and I took off on my like within a week I can do it.
Well, we had already said we wanted to do it, but we didn't.
We
really...
have been doing it without knowing we were doing it. But also, like the other reading program we ever crashed.
My HMH is in the box and I'm waiting until everybody goes away because there's a dumpster outside my window and that's where it's going. I didn't unbox it when they sent us those other ones after the flood. We threw them all in the garbage bin.
We didn't get ours till the end of the year.
I mean, we got 2 sets of workbooks, but none of the readers, none of anything else.
We don't have any work. I got 2 boxes.
Yeah.
Pick a speaker and pick a topic, and we'll come back for you.
Mine were out of order. They were just random ones.
And let's give it about a 15-second countdown.
I want you to send us a picture of your sound wall.
Do you use these cards?
The ones on here?
Or do you have like, I bought some a year before, or this past year, to match my rose.
That's what I had. Did they have like
All right, we're ready for some shout-outs. Should we have a table? Who's ready? Is everybody ready to listen? And we have a speaker. See if they followed the directions.
Now it's just rainbow because we couldn't print it down.
She does not need a microphone though.
The pictures and stuff are different. That doesn't matter though, as long as they're learning.
As long as the only thing somebody had brought this up.
Yeah, we'll let everybody else wrap up the conversation.
Your picture is, make sure that the sound following it isn't going to
right,
let them
now.
have the schwa added. Like somebody had an alphabet and rug was the picture for R. But that's promoting
And
that
it is repetitive. It's the same thing every day. That's what we like.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
And you can repeat, so.
We all said that we liked that it was short, concise, and to the point, and there's not, as I like to call it, chachi stuff.
Hard to find a good mouth one because
Okay, so we're going to share out one table at a time. So if you guys go ahead and decide whatever you want to share at a table and get that ready, and then we're going to listen to everybody's share out, okay? Okay.
Yeah.
Once again, short, concise, to the point, no chachi stuff. We like it.
As long as I think it's as long as you have the concept. I started putting it up, and I was going to take a picture of it to put in here.
Repetition, practice makes permanent, and explicit instruction.
Practice makes permanent. That's really bad when our practice is maybe incorrect, so let's make sure that we have them practicing correctly. I think that's why several times Emily would say, if they make the error, stop them then. If they make the letter backwards, stop them then, because of that whole practice makes permanent.
We liked how well thought out it was, how there's like resources for everything.
That's exactly what I did. Is I had cut and
Who's sharing over here?
I guess me.
We finally made it.
So, what we like about this.
Yes. Okay, well, we like that it's really easy to use and I mean, it's all like research based, so we know that it's going to work and it's not just something just for us to have to use it because the district says so. So.
that's what I had done. I had just cut and sorted all of mine.
And our last little table.
We like that you could use it as either a whole group or for interventions.
All right, next question to think about, and I'll set us a little 1-minute timer. It's examples of how you can use this in your classroom. So take a minute here, I'll set a timer, and then we'll go through and we'll discuss them. But start on this side first.
We don't even know if we have. It's all getting worse now. Ours are not. Neil, about the lunchroom and the storage room. And that work is on the other side of the storage room. There's not a whole built-in table. And there's a
So we just hang up the table wall. They're like, she's saying great. So I can tell you that nobody really comes to the stairwell.
Be thinking about who's going to share at your table, and we have about 15 seconds. How you're going to use it in your classroom.
Just like feelings distract.
All right, we're ready for share out. So if we get everybody's attention over here, we're going to let this table go first. She just shared.
How are you using it in our classroom?
Well, we had already kind of started trying to implement it before we realized that this was actually what it was. But we're going to put our sound walls up and make sure that we do the 30-minute lessons every morning and that we just follow it as closely as we can.
Awesome.
We plan to use it first thing in the morning with calendar time. We're going to do a whole group and then pull a little bit for intervention after.
Where we said use it daily, whole group, small group, intervention, and for those of you from Letcher County, it'd be awesome for those data points that we need on those monstrous SWOT documents.
And that'd be for RTI, the MTSS, for anything for pre-referral. For those of you guys in your districts, when you go through the referral process, you have to have that data. It'll help for that.
And you'll really need lots of data with Senate Bill 9 if you're in those early primary grades with the early literacy legislation.
She's a math teacher leader. They're doing a thing at the legislature today. So she's up talking to them. And she has the manual.
Talked all day.
But Aaron, especially, and he had to go with her.
So an extra manual for UFL or?
We said that we would do it in whole group during carpet time. And some of us, the way that our classrooms are set up, our digital boards are not near our carpet areas. And so we discussed that, we will use our actual hands-on blending boards and things like that. So we like that we could be flexible and use the digital version and the hands-on version.
Good job, good job.
We said kind of the same thing, whole group, small group, intervention. I think you guys all hit it exactly what we were going to say, so good job, everybody else.
Okay, we've got a couple of things we want to give away. These are the little paddle boards. I think they're two-sided and got little handles, real cute. It's a set of 10. So I drew out two names. The first one was Jade. Oh, Jade. Where's she at? Oh, Lord, I got, and then Savannah, she's at the same table. How did that happen?
So I had them on my
You're
list.
welcome.
Whiteboards.
If you all don't mind, like on your placemats, the blue QR code is our feedback. We would really appreciate, give us honest feedback. We can take it if there's any. We appreciate constructive criticism. Anything that would make this better, we would recommend it. Again, we're so excited. This collaboration, this training today, I was so excited because you got to hear it from a classroom level, a district, and a regional level perspective. We had another good question when we were walking around discussing is the coaching and support. So once you get back into your districts and you see that you need questions, things like that, reach out, because follow-up, that's what KVEC, that's what we kind of pride ourselves in, is that we don't just train and send you on your way. We like to come back and follow up and things like that, because once you take it back to your classroom, you're probably going to have questions that come up. Those, like you said, Emily is in a district. If you're fortunate enough to have her, she's there, but she's also has her own classroom. So if it's something that she can't handle, or she can handle it but not be able to get to because she has her own responsibilities, then you have me. And then as Hacks, he's kind of not real sure of all of his obligations, but he would be available when he would be more than happy to come out and help when he is available as well. So and also, you got your little commercial for UFly. If you need assistance in promoting that in any of your districts, I would be more than happy to do that. I would love to see it in every district. And that is all that I have. You can take the placemats with you, the materials that you got off the table this morning, take all of that with you. And we appreciate you all so much. And you guys be safe going home today, and have a good school year, and I hope to see you guys soon. Thank you.